She will do this all night long. But um, understanding what's in those analytics and understanding what it means. And when I first started this channel, I got in a lot of the networking streams. There's tons of them. Everybody doing the Facebook lives, and they're doing networking streams. Let's go, let's grow, and all that. And they're great. Don't get me wrong. I am not knocking networking streams. But one thing that I found is I was losing 50 to 75% of everything I gained. So if I gained 10 subscribers off of a networking stream, in 24 to 48 hours, I had lost 5 to 7, sometimes 8. So it was a net gain of 2 or 3 here and there. And so Batal really explains what's happening. And it took me a minute to understand it, and I had to go look at the analytics, the way he explained it, and the specific things he said to look like. Him and Nick Nimmin both. The specific things that they said look at to really understand what was happening. And one thing that was happening was YouTube doesn't really, I mean, I hate to say it, but I guess just to simplify the explanation, YouTube doesn't care how many subscribers you have. They care about how much people watch. Okay, so what that means is if you have 100 subscribers, YouTube doesn't care. But if all 100 of those subscribers watch 100% of your content, you will rank. That's just how they work. Okay, so what's happening is you start out on YouTube like I did. You're new, you've got a product, you've got content that you want to share with the world, and you start putting it out there, and you jump in these networking streams, and you're grabbing tons of subscribers, but nobody's watching your stuff. It's sub for sub and all that stuff. You're subbing their channel, so they're subbing yours, and you're not going to grow because you're not going to get ranked. You're going to get viewers or subscribers, but you don't really have viewers, and that's what keeps you from getting ranked. You got to remember, this is a business, okay? YouTube is selling ads to businesses and entities that want their name out there. It's just like billboards or TV ads. Think of it in the sense of primetime television. How come a primetime television ad only costs a tenth of what a Super Bowl ad costs? It's because it's about viewers. They're paying for how many people will see their ad. That's all that matters to them. So you have to bring those people on. You have to keep them watching. In other words, your view time is really what matters, I guess, is the easiest way to explain this. If people aren't watching your content, those ads are not getting in front of people. So it doesn't matter that you have a lot of subscribers. It matters whether people are watching or not. That's what makes the difference. So one of the things is your click-through rate, your impressions. They say on average, the click-through rate is 2 to 10%. And I was looking at mine earlier tonight. My click-through rate is at like 6.9%, which is phenomenal for a channel my size, and I'm still fairly new. So I got to thank you guys. I love you guys because that means y'all are watching my content. I don't just have a bunch of subscribers. You're actually watching what I put out. So that's really what I wanted to say about that. That's I think I might break this up into 2 videos. I don't know. But look, I'm not, and again, I'm not knocking networking streams at all, okay? It's great what they're doing. But understand, if you're a young channel and you're looking to grow, and you're like me and you come on board and you're not really understanding the YouTube algorithms and you're not understanding what all this means, understand that this is what it means. It doesn't matter how many people sub your channel. It matters how many people watch your content. Okay, and there's a lot of debate on this because people really don't understand the algorithms and how they work and what this data, what the analytics mean. But this is documented. You can look it up. YouTube explains all this stuff. They just do it in a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo terms that nobody understands. So YouTube, young channels or new channels coming on and they're starting up and they just don't get it. It's about ads. It's about money. People need to see those ads. How many people see those ads is what leads you to growth. And growth being ranked, meaning YouTube will recommend your channel. Like, I have 194 subscribers. I'm a little tiny channel. Okay, but I post regularly. I'm not huge. I do pay a lot of attention, but I'm not just huge into titles and thumbnails, but it matters, and I do pay attention to it. But I'm getting ranked. It's right there in the analytics, and I'm getting ranked because people are watching my content. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do. You guys are awesome. And I'm also an Amazon affiliate, so anything you buy off of my links, I get a small, and literally it's pennies on the dollar. It's not much. It's definitely not enough for me to make a living off of, but I'm not doing this to make a living. I started this channel because I just wanted to share my experiences with friends and family, and it has led to something that is so much fun to do. It's not about monetizing at all. I'm gonna hunt, I'm gonna trap, I'm gonna hike, I'm gonna fish, I'm gonna take my boat out, I'm gonna ride my four-wheeler, I'm gonna ride my motorcycle. I'm gonna do all this stuff whether anybody watches me do it or not. So if I can share this with y'all and y'all have a little bit of enjoyment and get to see some of the beautiful places that I've seen and things I've got to do, then why not? So, I'm going to wrap this up. I just want to save this and have it out there and have it on my channel, but that's what it boils down to, guys. If you're new and you're looking for tips and tricks, just beware or understand the networking streams and what they mean, okay? I haven't messed with networking streams since I was around $1.20. I'm at $1.94. You can still grow organically, okay? Yeah, just over 100, I guess. So, just be careful. It's nothing's bad's gonna come to you. It's just you're not going to gain a lot for the time you put in it, okay? And this is all about, what's up, Mark MC? What's up, dude? I think I blue wrenched your ass too, by the way. Don't let me down if I get trolled. Man, I'm just sitting here talking about the flaw of networking streams. It's been on my mind a lot here lately. Man, my feed is full of these networking streams and let's go, let's grow, and I'm not knocking these guys at all. I am not knocking them in the slightest. But man, these young YouTubers, not necessarily young in age, young channels, small channels, they're trying to grow and they think that's the way to grow, and it's not. It helps a little, but I realized today I was watching Daniel Battal's, what I was talking about before you jumped on. He's doing this little series on how to grow your channel, or what makes your channel grow. And he talked about, he really explained, not necessarily the algorithm that everybody talks about so much, but he was talking about how YouTube actually ranks your channel. And one of the things you look at is your click-through rate. And I looked at mine tonight. Man, I'm at 6.9%, 10% being about the best. That's pretty well the top. And I'm at 6.9, and I'm only at 190 subscribers. Which means I'm ranked. My YouTube is recommending my stuff, and people are clicking on it and watching it, and that's great. Man, these networking streams, the whole, and I'm glad they're doing what they're doing. They're trying to help these small channels. I admire what they're doing, but you've got a ton of people subbing your channel, but nobody's watching your content. You're not going to get ranked. YouTube is about selling ads. They just want to sell ads. The more people they can put those ads in front of, that's all they care about. And if people are not watching your stuff, they can't put those ads in front of them. It doesn't matter that you have 1,000 subscribers. If nobody's watching your stuff, they can't put ads out there. They can't make money. They can't make money. They're not going to help you out. They're probably not going to hurt you, but they dang sure ain't going to promote you and send you to the top. You've got to be able to make them money. Oh, and Mark, you noticed that the tree's not moving tonight? I told y'all it was moving the other night. It's sitting, the hell? Oh, it's sitting still now. I don't know what the hell went on the other night. But anyway, the other thing, oh crap, the other thing that I want to talk about is, you know, it's that time of year. It's really backpacking season, man. This time of year I stay in the outdoors. Actually, archery season for whitetail deer just opened up here in Tennessee this weekend. But this time of year, you know, the weather's getting bearable to go hiking. And I made a big announcement that my daughter and I are going to through hike the Appalachian Trail. And so I watched every video that pops up on hiking the AT. I pretty much watch it. Just to kind of see how other people do it and what they think. And man, there's tons and tons and tons and tons of videos about the proper gear and how to get ultralight and what should your base weight be and what should you eat, and you got to use this kind of pack, and you know, quilts versus sleeping bags, hammocks versus tents. And I really want to scream and throw my phone. I do. When did this become a competitive sport? When did this become, I'm better than you? Or my gear is better than yours? Why are we gear shaming? Like, you know, the fat shaming and gender shaming. And why are we gear shaming? We're going to tell a young backpacker or less experienced backpacker that they're not going to be as successful as you because they use a sleeping bag and not a quilt. And you're going to tell these people, oh, you can't hammock all the way up the AT? Man, what the heck is wrong with you people? What is wrong with these people? Stop it. Stop it. Everybody, just quit it. Why can we not be supportive? Why can we not try to be helpful? Obviously, obviously, if somebody says, hey, I'm going to go do it and my pack is 80 pounds, yeah, it's okay to be helpful and say there's probably maybe a little better way to do, a more efficient way to do this. Not better, but a little more efficient way to do it. And if they say, no, that's what I like, this is how I've always done it, okay, then go. I wish you the best. I'll see you at Mount Katahdin in Maine. When we come off the mountain at the end of the trail, I'll have a beer with you. It's okay. Why? And deer hunting, I'm on all the Facebook deer hunting pages in Tennessee, and especially West Tennessee. Why is this a competitive sport? Quit it. Man, if you want to carry this rifle and not that rifle, it's okay. That rifle that you're telling everybody sucks and do not use has probably killed thousands of deer. Man, I was reading some stories of some guys, some people that backpacked the AT, through the 70s and 80s, back before it was a thing, or, the thing, and not a thing, before it was the thing. And, excuse me. And man, they carried like external frame packs, and they carried heavy gear, and they wore boots and not trail runners, and they wore pants and not shorts, and they didn't have moisture wicking material, and they made it. They didn't die. They made it, and they had fun. They lived a little. They had an adventure. And I mentioned before, I'm on the Class of 2020 Facebook page, and I'm not knocking nobody, but we got to quit shaming each other. This is driving me mental. I'm gonna lose my dadgum mind. We gotta quit shaming each other and try to lift each other up a little bit. And be helpful. Be encouraging. If somebody asks, this or this, tell them what you know, not what you think, what you know. John's Life, what's up, my man? But tell them what you know. Like down doesn't do well when it's wet, versus synthetic will. But let's be realistic. Who's sleeping in a friggin' wet sleeping bag? An external frame pack, all this ultralight crap. Your backpack can't weigh more than this. Stop. It'll be okay. I said in my last life, if you spent more than damn 30 minutes outside on a trail somewhere, be it in a camp or on a backpacking trip, you know what works. Shitstorm is the norm. Man, I can't even tell you how true that is. But if you've been outside in any kind of outdoor adventure, whether you're a kayaker, a canoeer, a mountain biker, a backpacker, you know what works and what don't, or at least some of it. You know the basics. You've done it. If you've done it at least once, you know. See, John, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly what I mean, right there. I watch all these people. Any backpack, that's not under 2 pounds is garbage, and you'll never make it if you carry more than this amount of food, or this water filter or that water filter, or this sleeping bag or that sleeping bag. Man, there have been people hike that damn trail with a quilt off their bed and a piece of crap backpack. It's the same thing with deer hunters. Like I was talking about a while ago, that gun's complete garbage. Man, that gun done killed a ton of damn deer. But Dan, Dan Becker did an amazing video. It was something about, am I the best backpacker or something? And his whole point to that video was, are you better than me? Maybe. I'm not the world's best backpacker. Maybe I'm slower than some other people. Well, I'm a big guy, man. I don't get in no big hurry. I ain't trying to crank out 35 miles a day. If I get 12 to 15, hell, I'm happy. I'll make camp and eat my freeze-dried food and go on about my business. There's my girl. What's up, young lady? Miss K. But, John, dude, I hunt with a 30-30 to this day because I hunt a lot of bottomland, hardwood bottomland. And I hunt with a 30-30 this day, and I hear guys out here telling me, you know, the 300 Ultra Mags and blah, 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 blah. Dude, I go out there and load the truck all day long with a 30-30. But this is kind of the whole big picture that I'm getting at. We're so quick, especially new people, be it new YouTubers or new backpackers or young hunters or people that's new to fur trapping. And the first thing they say is, you know, I'm overwhelmed by all the information that's on Facebook and Google and YouTube and all the videos. Now I'm all confused. Just get something, buy something, get what you can afford and what you like and what you think will work, and go try it. If it doesn't work, then try something else. And if you don't have the money to do that, then try to find people who are doing it that way. If you want to use a certain rifle for hunting, ask people who use that rifle what they think about it. Don't ask the people who use another rifle, because they're just going to tell you how bad that one sucks. Same thing with this backpacking stuff. I use High Sierra. I like their packs. What an AR he builds. This first. Most ARs are built with damn Walmart parts anyway. Dude, I told you I was a gunsmith for a while, and I hated guys bringing in their own ARs because it's friggin' parts they got off of damn eBay, and they're garbage. And they want you to polish a turd and make it a brick of gold, and that's not how it works. And I'm sitting there saying, don't knock each other. The point is, they didn't do any research. They don't even try, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And they think that they can buy the cheapest crap on the market and have the best stuff on the market. And that's not what it's about. It's about whether you enjoy it or not. Like, my favorite boat, hello, Kay. I'm glad you're here. My favorite boat, I fish. My favorite boat, I don't either, Kay. I never get alerts for anybody's live for anything. That one I jumped on for Tyler the other night, Tyler Wood, I never got any kind of alert. I just happened to stumble across it. But my favorite boat is a little 15-foot flat-bottom John boat with a little 20-horse motor. If I stay out of big water, like stay out of big rivers with a lot of current, I can go anywhere I want to go in that boat. Now, obviously, if I get out in some big water, I got to get a little bigger boat. You gotta have a little more horsepower. But my little flat-bottom boat, man, I run all the backwater of West Tennessee and have a blast in that little boat. I coon hunt in that boat. Everything. But I watch all these videos on these backpacking and stuff, and we're constantly telling people that their gear sucks and that they'll fail if they use this gear. And we got to quit that. We got to quit it. We have to. And I'm going to tell you something else been on my mind. They're talking about how much impact is on the Appalachian Trail and not so much on the PCT and the CDT, but the AT is heavily impacted. Bowie knives are useless. See, that's the crap I'm talking about. But the reason there's so much impact is because there's so many people that want this adventure. It's hell, you can click on any YouTube video about it and it looks like the adventure of a lifetime. So now everybody's going to do it. And I got to be honest, I'm not putting anybody down, but a lot of these people don't need to be outside. Because the only outdoor adventure they've ever had was role-playing games like Call of Duty, where they were running around in a city shooting at people. That they've never actually been outside. I'm obviously not talking about literally, but when you live in an apartment complex or you live in a neighborhood and you've never explored, you've never had an adventure, a 2,000-mile trip from Georgia to Maine is probably not a good starting point. Hell, I don't even know if I can do it, and I've been outside my whole life. Will they succeed? Maybe. A little bit of determination, a little bit of luck, maybe. I talked to a young lady. I had a little bit of backpacking experience, not a lot. She was talking to my daughter, my 16-year-old, that's gonna go on the trail. Talking to her, and she's talking about her first hissy fit. And she looked at my daughter, and she's like, "Get ready when you have your first meltdown." And she talked about her first meltdown. It was a week into the trail. She was wet and muddy and hungry and pissed off, and she started crying, and she said she threw her pack down and she hit a group, landed on a yellow jacket nest. Just sheer coincidence. And the yellow jackets went nuts, and that made it even that much worse. And she ended up saying, she just sat down and cried and said, "I quit. I can't do it." And luckily she was with some really good people that was patient and gentle, and they talked to her and calmed her down, and she went on and she finished the trail. The point is, where did that meltdown come from? That's what I'm getting at. These people, they don't. Look, I carry a W49 with a broken basin shoe, a piece of bent plastic, and a piece of paracord retention. Hey, dude, if it works, it works. Whatever. Is there better stuff out there? Probably. But if it works for you and you like it and you're proficient with it, man, that's like back when I used to teach handgun classes. I get people all the time. They come take a class with a gun, and during a break, they would ask me, "What's the best gun? What gun do I need?" "Oh, that's cool, John." But they would come to me and they'd say, "What gun do I need?" "I don't know." "So what do you mean you don't know? You teach these classes." "I don't know what gun you need." "What do you want it for?" "Well, I want something that I can keep in my bedside, that won't go through." Girl, you need to quit. Y'all ain't getting me paranoid tonight. I ain't falling for this bullshit. The tree is not moving tonight. I ain't playing with y'all. But anyway, I want a gun to keep in the nightstand that won't go through the wall and hit my kid, but I also need something that I can shoot a burglar behind my neighbor's refrigerator, and there's no such thing. You mentioned AR-15s earlier. Man, I worked on ARs for cops and everything, and they want iron sights, but they want an optic, and they how do I get everything? You can't. You can't. It doesn't work. It can't be done. You can't have a rifle that's precision and just fantastic for long range engagement, and also be great for sweeping houses and clearing buildings. It don't work. It don't work. Like, you can't have a truck with like third row seating like in an SUV and also be as fast as a Ferrari. I mean, I guess you probably could, but it would look ridiculous and it would be so inefficient it wouldn't even be funny. See, that's what I'm talking about, okay? You gotta have, okay, Kay, nice young lady, wants to go out and have dinner with her man or lady. I shouldn't make assumptions. Sorry. I got tickled at myself on that one. But you want to wear a dress. You want to be more discreet. You're probably not going to carry a 1911. So you're going to carry a smaller firearm. You're out working on the farm. You're out repairing a fence. Maybe you're wearing a 1911. These idiots carrying ARs into Walmart and crap, they deserve to get hit in the face with a brick. I have no sympathy for them. I'm all for open carry. This isn't about your right to carry or none of that stuff. I'm just talking about how stupid the premise is. I had a discussion with a guy one time. He said, we were laughing. We were doing security at an event, and he said, I said, would it be okay, if I carry my firearm, my personal firearm instead of an issued weapon? And he said, yeah, absolutely. He said, it's more power to you. He said, I carry my personal 9mm. And this was a friendly conversation. We were laughing and cutting up, and he said, well, what do you carry? And I said, I carry a Glock 23 40 caliber. He laughed. Well, at first he had said, I carry a 9mm. He said, that's enough to get me back to my truck where my 45 is. And he said, what do you carry? And I said, I carry a Glock 23 40 caliber because that's enough to get me back to my truck to where my AR and my Remington 870 are. He kind of laughed. He said, well, I did tell you a little lie. And I said, what's that? And he said, the 9mm is enough to get me back to your truck because I'm going with you. Man, you so many people, they'll go out and they're, oh, you gotta have a Glock, or you gotta have a SIG, or you don't want this, and you gotta have this, and oh, Kimber is the only people that makes a 1911. And John, on that note, nothing will beat a long gun in a firefight. You take any tactical weapons training, and the first thing they tell you, a pistol is nothing more than a tool to get you back to a bigger gun. That's all a pistol is. It's all it was ever designed for. It's all the military's ever used it for. It is not made as a primary weapon. It is made to get you back to a bigger gun. Hopefully a crew-served weapon, but a long gun at the very minimum. But anyway, I don't even remember where I was now. But they go out and like, I would get women that would come to my class and they say, my husband said I gotta have this big Kimber 45, and it doesn't fit their hand, it's heavy, they're breaking at the wrist, they're limp wristing, or they're jerking, and this isn't working for you. Make your way back to that rifle. See? That's right, John. That's exactly right. But but anyway, I would tell these people at class, the best weapon, okay, I will tell you about a Kimber in just a second. But I got something to tell you about Kimber. The best weapon is the one that you can comfortably afford to shoot regularly. That's the key word, regularly. Even though you love your 45 and you're comfortable with it and you're great with it, but you can't practice with it because you can't afford ammo for it. So maybe that 9mm is a better gun because you can shoot it every day. Going to the range a couple times and being able to get on paper is not what makes you good in a firefight. Practicing every day, making habits. And people talk about muscle memory. There's really no such thing as muscle memory. Muscles don't have memory, but you build this instinctual response. So you've got to make it a habit. A good, for instance, when you get in a car, you stick the key in the ignition. You don't even think about it. Your brain doesn't say, put the key in the ignition. You just know to do it. So you do it. You have to build this instinctual response to drawing and aiming a firearm. Without it, it doesn't matter. And if you're not out shooting that 45 because you can't afford it, or it's too loud, or it hurts your hand, you're never going to build that, or it's going to take a long time to build it. But maybe that little 9mm, you go shoot it, and you shoot it every day. After work, you swing by the indoor range, you shoot it out on the farm, and that's the gun you're comfortable with. So I can't tell you what's right for you or what's perfect for you. And that's this whole friggin' rambling rant that I'm on. Same thing. I can't tell you what the best backpack is, or the best sleeping bag, or the best deer rifle, because it doesn't matter. It's what works for you and what you're proficient with. Sleeping bags, if you've used a down sleeping bag or a down quilt, let's do that, that's the new thing, and you backpack with it every weekend, and you've done it in cold weather and you've done it in hot weather, and you're comfortable with it, and you've had it wet, and you've done everything. John, I ain't worried about that, bro. That was a little harsh though, but yeah, you're good, man. That's what you need to use if that's what you're good with. But anyway, about Kimber. Okay, I gotta tell you about Kimber. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what makes Kimbers different. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you why they're not worth the money. I'm not against Kimber. Kimber makes good guns. So let me start there. Kimber makes a great firearm, but they're not worth the money. And I'm gonna tell you why. So you take a bunch of machines and you jack with a bunch of steel and you make a gun, okay, at a factory. They put it in a box, they slap a label on it, and they ship it to a distributor, okay? Kimber goes through that same process, but when they get... That was creepy. But when they get ready to slap the label on the box, they stop. They give it to a gunsmith, more or less. Can withstand recoil easy, but I've had experience. And he takes the gun all apart, back down to its basic pieces, and he hand files all the little casting marks and any little thing that causes drag and friction, and he hand fits all of these pieces, and then he puts it back together, slaps a label on it, and sells it. That's what makes them different, okay? And this is what I've personally done, and I've had several friends that's done it, and I can tell you for a fact that this works. Buy you a Rock Island Arms 1911. They're cheap. Well, the last one I bought was about $450. I don't know what they cost now. You can buy about $200 worth of parts and several hours of your time, and you cut the beaver tail down. You shave the grip to fit the new grip safety. You change the sear, and you hand cut the sear, and you file the internals where the sear pin sits, and you put in a different ambidextrous safety if you want it. You cut your grips. You put all new springs in it, and you polish the barrel, and you spend a lot of time, and you'll have a Kimber. for $650. Kimber's $1,200. Okay, it's not as pretty. Rainbow titanium, you can do the same process. Cerakote, Duracoat. There's all kinds of ways to get custom looks. And you'll have a gun that'll run just as good as any Kimber on the market. ARs. Stop buying budget parts. Buy quality parts. And stop thinking you can open a couple of, I don't care for pretty. Well, I mean, that's my point, is people are so wrapped up in Kimber for what they are, and that's really the only difference, is when one company threw it in a box and slapped a label on it and sold it, Kimber took the time to take it out of that box and hand tune it and then put it back in the box and sell it. They didn't redesign it, they didn't rebuild it, they just tweaked it and made it a little better. I'll be honest with you, I'm a Glock guy. I love Glock firearms, but I've never owned a Glock that the first thing I did when I bought it was I opened the box and I took it out and I took all the Glock junk out of it and shit canned it and put new stuff in it. I've never had a failure from a Glock, never. I've shot reloads. People tell you can't shoot reloads in a Glock. I shoot reloads all the time. Never had a failure. But I have a huge quality control process when I'm loading my own ammo. I triple and quadruple check everything. Every single step gets checked at least 3 times, including my powder drops. Yeah, believe it or not, I don't mass load. I don't just set my throw. About every 3 rounds on my turret press, I pull it, I dump the powder in a scale, and I weigh it. Oh man, my wife wants that sapphire, and they've got another one. It's like Tiffany blue, or that light baby blue. It kind of has that vintage look to it. It's not the sapphire. I don't remember what it's called, but it's actually a pretty gun. But every 2 or 3 rounds, I pull it and I check my powder and I weigh it. About every 5th round, I check my seating depth. I've never had a failure. Never had a squib. And I've never blown a gun up. And people talk about Glock having unsupported chambers. Glocks haven't had unsupported chambers in years, because that was a problem. So Glock changed it. And yeah, cases split at the web if you're loading them hot. But if you're punching holes in paper, why do you need super hot ammo anyway? Anyway, I'm so far off course here. The point is, we're so quick to tell somebody that their stuff isn't as good as ours, and that they can't be as successful as we can. We gotta stop. I don't know how to add a bunch more words to that. That's the bottom line. We have to stop. It's horrible what we're doing to one another. Yeah, John, that's my point. You don't need super hot loads to go punch holes in paper. But we want so bad to tell somebody their backpack's not good enough and their gun's not good enough, and that drives me crazy. It does. And I did a video on my channel here. I've got a video on snakes, myths of copperheads, and I've got another one on first aid for snake bites. And when I put those videos up, I got some feedback. It wasn't anything negative, but there's a bunch of guys in Australia right now, and some actual medical services out of Australia, that are making videos about compression, using compression on snake bites, like compression bandages. on my sword. Man, yeah. But, and people tell me, well, you didn't mention any of that in your video. Because we don't have those kind of snakes here. We have pit vipers. Especially around my area, which is what I'm making videos about. I'm not telling somebody in Arizona how to treat a snake bite unless you're dealing with these kind of snakes, which most of them are. They're copperheads, rattlesnakes, cottonmouths, found all over the U.S. We don't have lapidae. We don't have cobras and king brown and mambas. Our snakes are hemotoxic. They don't necessarily attack your lymphatic system like elapids do, and they're not just super necrotic like those snakes are. So people talk about, well, you didn't mention any of this, so you must not know what you're talking about. No, jackass, it just don't apply here. That's just not. It's not what works here. Tourniquet that shit off. Negative. A tourniquet is probably one of the absolute worst things you can do. A tourniquet will cause a lot of damage on a snake bite, not for uncontrolled bleeding. Mark's got the right idea. Rule number 1: just don't get bit. But and the other thing was, I got some feedback on one of my videos that was, hey CLC, actually compression does work on elapids and a lot of the fixed fang snakes, like mambas and stuff, because they attack your lymphatic system. They're not hemotoxic. They're lymphatic and neurotoxic, and they go after your neurological function, which is what controls your breathing and all that. Our snakes here, the colubrids, it's just not how their venom works. It's hemotoxic. It causes internal hemorrhaging. It's mildly necrotic, so that's not even a huge issue, whereas like cobra venom is super necrotic, which means it'll rot out the flesh. So compression's just not a good thing here. It just doesn't make sense here. I don't blame you, John. But tourniquets don't work either, because you need the venom to flow freely through your bloodstream. I know that sounds weird, but it's a protein, okay? And it needs to metabolize. Your body metabolizes proteins. That's the only thing that's going to help you. Yes, you need to stay calm, and yes, you need to immediately get to the hospital. But putting a tourniquet on it causes venom to pocket or pool, which can then make it necrotic. And because it's hemotoxic, you've broken down your clotting properties, and wow, I just had a brain fart. And cause a lot of problems at the actual point of insult. CLC, how would compression help in those instances? Because lymphatic means it doesn't actually move in your bloodstream. It moves through your lymphatic system and attacks your lymph, your lymph nodes, and which it means it's not moving through the blood that's flowing through your veins. It's moving through the tissue. Compression. Now, when you say compression, you realize if you're bit here, you need to start here and go all the way to your shoulder and lock that arm into place and compress all the way up. And what you're doing is you're slowing that venom down. That's how it works in those instances. But our snake's venom doesn't work that way. But that type of venom, yeah, it's been proven that it works. There's a lot of data to back it up. You compress, now, and I'm not talking about tight. The Smart Safe bandage is kind of like my favorite one that I've seen. It has rectangles on it, and when you stretch it around your arm, they turn into squares. When they actually turn into squares, you have the right amount of compression. You wrap it up, you keep the arm straight, and you apply compression over the whole limb. Obviously, it's not going to work if you're bit on the abdomen or the face or whatever. But They say it works. There's a lot of medical research to support it. So it's another one of those things. I'm not knocking it, but people ask me because I did a video on treating snake bites. Why am I not talking about that? Because I've spent my entire life outdoors in Tennessee, and I've never seen a cobra, or a black mamba, or a king brown, or a horned viper, or a fer-de-lance. Never, not one. I've seen diamondbacks, seen timbers, I've seen cottonmouths, copperheads. Yes, compression helps circulation, keeps blood moving. Okay, wow, we're finna get into some, oh crap, finna get into some deep medical crap here. All right, you got to understand how fluid exchanges through tissue. I'm trying to think of an easy way to explain it. Circulation isn't the issue. It's that exchange of fluid. Because remember, like hemotoxic venom here, like copperheads and whatever, metabolizes out because it's a protein. Theirs are a complete different concoction, and it stays trapped in the lymphatic system, goes through the lymph nodes. Piss in a drink. And starts having some neurologic. No, you're not stupid at all. Don't say that. Starts having neurologic effect. But anyway, so when you compress it, you force that exchange. That's how you reduce swelling by wearing compression, like compression socks. Is you increase that exchange so that it can get into the bloodstream and metabolize out as protein. That's about the easiest way I know to explain it. Because we want to slow down the movement through the lymphatic system without hurting circulation. And compression does that. That's why you don't swell as much when you wear compression stockings and whatever, is you slow down that fluid movement through tissue without slowing down circulation. I make sure I said that right. Circulation still maintains an actual. It improves. That's what I was trying to get to. Wow, you got me stuttering here. I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain it because I don't really understand all of it. Circulation improves because you take out all that clogged up fluid. Basically, you stop it from moving, and you force it back into the bloodstream. Compression would work on these snake bites, I assume, and from what I've read, the same way. Did that make any sense? I think I explained that right. But anyway, it's just not a good idea on ours, on the types of snakes we have. But anyway, I was getting at, this guy asked me why I don't talk more about, like he said, he likes to trail run and stuff. Honestly, because I don't run. I just don't. And he was talking about, how can I be more aware? Well, when you're running and you're moving at a high rate of speed, your chances of running into shit rapidly increase. I'm sorry. I can't change that. I can't make that any different for you. The faster you drive, the more likely you are to hit something if it presents itself. In other words, if there's a rattlesnake laying on the trail, you probably can't avoid it. That cooling it with compression. I think cooling it with compression slow the process. Yes, it's helping you understand. Okay, but you don't want to cool it because how did they explain that? That causes venom pockets, and which rapidly increases necrosis. So compression alone, you still want it to move, you just want to slow down how fast it moves. Whereas like colubrids and the snakes that we have here in the States, with the exception of coral snakes, we don't necessarily want to slow it down. I guess we still need it to circulate so that we can metabolize the proteins and our body will begin to break it down. But anyway, it just really showed me that people don't understand. They don't do any research, and they think they're going to stumble across a YouTube video that's going to give them the answers. Nothing. Actually, a lot of the medical stuff I'm telling you, I mean, I work on an ambulance. I'm an emergency medical technician. Yeah, I've been to college for this, but we're very much on the emergency side as far as like long-term treatment, definitive care. I don't get a lot into. It's my own personal research, but I have access to medical books and medical journals, and I read them religiously. But a lot of this information can be found online, meaning you have to go look for it. I'm not talking about a YouTube video that's going to pop up. And when you're watching YouTube videos, honestly, like Mayo Clinic and a lot of universities, medical universities have videos out there. Don't take the advice from me. And I try to, in my videos, I try to point people in the right direction to go further. I'll give you some base knowledge that I have, but you need to go further and look this stuff up for yourself and read about it. If you're into that kind of thing, like that guy was talking about that was running, trail running. If you think I'm going to give you all the answers to keep you safe in the outdoors, you're probably going to get bit. No offense, I'm not trying to harm anyone, but I promise you, you're not going to learn everything you need to know from me or any of y'all. And I'm not knocking any of y'all. But you can't just open your little YouTube app on your phone and think you're going to get all the answers. It's just not how it works. And that's what I'm seeing. I guess that's what my frustration is about. That's what I'm seeing every day. People on Facebook and people on YouTube, and they think they're going to get all the answers. And they're just not here. YouTube is full of people that are full of shit. Excuse my language. They are just, and damn, Facebook is even worse. These people are just full of doo-doo. They don't know what they're talking about. Y'all weren't here in the beginning. A prime example was talking about the whole networking streams. They're great. They're great for meeting people and getting your name out there. I raised 2 rattlesnakes, and I always thought if I got bit, I'd go out and push mow the entire lawn. I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. You're probably not going to go mow the yard. You probably won't die, but you're probably not going to go mow the yard. I'm just, yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking I'm out on that. But the networking streams I was talking about in the beginning, I love that people want to meet and share and grow, but young YouTubers and young in channel age, not the physical creators age, that the number of subscribers doesn't get you ranked. People watching your content is what gets you ranked, because remember, YouTube wants to put ads in front of people. That's how they make money. And YouTube doesn't care that you have 500 subscribers. They care that your click-through rate is high, and they care that your view is high. That's what matters. That's what gets you wow. That's what gets you ranked. People have to be watching your content. And I don't know, CLC and K, y'all weren't here earlier. My click-through rate is 6.9%, and 10 is about as good as it gets, and I'm at 6.9%. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Y'all are awesome. All of my viewers are awesome, and y'all have really helped me grow, and I adore you guys. and appreciate everything that everybody has done to help me on here, including a lot of the networking people. I'm not knocking none of them. It is fantastic what they're doing. Fast and sweat like a pig. Your first words will be, "Oh shit." Yeah, if you, I'm not sure exactly what you're referencing there, Mark, but yeah, if you get bit by a rattlesnake and you decide to go mow the yard, probably your last words are going to be, "Oh shit." Um, the dogs down the road finna get my damn coon hounds fired up, and I'm gonna be pissed. They're finally quiet. Yeah, those are dogs. Make sure they weren't coyotes. Um, but I mean, the networking stuff is great. It's wonderful. I've met a lot of you people through a lot of the networking streams, and I love you guys. But y'all watching my content is what gets me ranked, not subscribing to my channel. I mean, yeah, that matters. Don't get me wrong. But the whole, meet and greet and let's grow, that's not what gets your channel ranked. And if you're on the road to monetization, or you're trying to make money from this, that's what it takes. Okay, CLC, what you need to do is go to your channel and pick a video. Any video. I looked at my more popular ones, the ones that have a lot of views. But go to your creator studio, and go to videos in creator studio, and it'll give you a list of videos, all of your videos. So you can look at how many views you had. Find one that's got really good views and click on it, and it'll bring it up in like an edit panel. When you get in that edit panel, over on the left, it'll say analytics. Look at analytics, and then go to engagement. I think it's engagement. And mine was kind of over on the right hand bottom corner. You see this little funnel, and it's your impressions funnel. And it'll give you like your average watch duration, and it'll show you your click-through rate and your impressions response. Basically what that's doing is that's showing you, out of every time YouTube suggested your video, how many people actually clicked on it and watched it, and how much of it they watched. And that is a large part of what YouTube is using to rank you with, if that makes any sense. He sounds just lucky my snakes love me. And like I said, this isn't, I'm not saying they're a bad thing. All right, Mark, I'll probably still be here. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, when you start trading sub for sub, you run your numbers up, and you'll hear a lot of people talk about the purge. Well, YouTube has stated, I can't say for sure, but I will tell you, YouTube has stated several times they did it once, just once, and now they run an algorithm, or this, basically they're looking for spam. And if they don't think your account is real, or if you're not watching videos to people you sub, they will start dropping them. And that's why when you get on the networking streams, your subs go way up, and then in a couple of days they're right back down. And that's why, because the people didn't watch your videos. And that's my beef with the networking streams. I'm not, they're great, but trading sub for sub are very popular. Yeah. When you're trading sub for sub, you're just running your subscription numbers up, but you're not actually doing anything for your ranking. In other words, you're not giving YouTube any reason to suggest your stuff. YouTube doesn't care that you have all of these people. They care how many of those people are watching your stuff and for how long. Because remember, YouTube has ads that they sell to make money, and they got to put those ads in front of people. And getting those ads in front of people is all that matters. That means people have to be watching videos. CLC, my how-to videos are really my best ones. Me rambling about crap, like even snake bites, and they don't even do that well. How-tos do really well. Antiques and collectibles, believe it or not, do really, really well. I actually watch several videos on antiques and collectibles. I like antique restoration. Ty's Tube, I think, is the name of the channel, and Marty's Matchbox Makeovers. Some of my personal favorites. I love those guys. They awesome channels. But y'all bear with me. Give me like 45 seconds. I gotta run in the house and get a Coke. I'm really thirsty, but I will be right back. I hate to bail on y'all in the middle of a great conversation, but I got to go get something to drink. So give me like 30 seconds, 45 seconds. I don't know how long that was, but I had to grab an Oreo. Okay? You are mischievous. I like it, but you're creeping me out sometimes. Man, I've been watching American Horror Story. I don't know if y'all have ever watched it, but it's kind of this season, 1984 is the name of the season. And they're kind of doing this Friday the 13th meets I Know What You Did Last Summer. Yeah, and it was like tripping me out. I missed the first one. Actually, I missed the first two. We had them DVR'd and we watched them tonight. Yeah, I was like tripping balls. But I am starving. Man, y'all think y'all are messing with me, but I'm telling you, the damn tree was moving. Y'all can keep jacking with me all you want. The damn tree was moving. K, Mark, CLC, I ain't studying none of y'all. The damn tree was moving. But anyway, enough about the tree. Oh. It's just all gonna be fun and games. I get my damn chainsaw out. Yours sucks. It's only 12%. Like really, 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 really great is 10%. At 12%, you're actually doing very, very well. Yeah, I told my wife I'm getting the chainsaw out that damn. You see that damn tree's deader than hell anyway. It's old. It's an old apple tree. It died last year. It started dying. It got some kind of fungus, and I cut off a lot of the I guess, all the dead stuff. And I was hoping that would save it because it's kind of sentimental. It's like my wife's grandmother planted it or something. And I don't know. I've tried and there's no saving it. So I guess I'm just going to take a chainsaw to it. I've put it off as long as I can. But you can see it's like deader than hell. It's like dead. um, yeah, CLC. Big guys, like big, huge, thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers, their click through rate is very low. Because what that's talking about is every time YouTube suggested you, how many people took the bait, so to speak. Every time YouTube suggests your video, how many people clicked on it and started watching. The one thing the networking streams do that I like is that everybody's suggesting watch at least 3 minutes. So if you sub a channel, watch at least 3 minutes of a video. And that's great today. But you got to go back and you got to watch more of their stuff. And putting somebody's playlist on and just letting these videos play all the way through over and over and over, that doesn't help. But CLC, you'll have to go like video by video and look, and you'll start to kind of get a pattern of what's working and what's not. This actually helped me a lot, but really, really good info. Check out Daniel Batal, Batal. He just put out part 2 of a series that actually like talks about how to grow your channel efficiently, not through networking streams, but like how to get ranked and how to get YouTube to recommend you, basically. But that's where I got it from. And once you start looking at the info and you understand it, it makes perfect sense. The number of people don't matter. The number of people watching content is what matters. What YouTube wants you to do is bring people to the platform and keep them watching videos so that they can put ads in front of them. And the more people that they can tell the customer is seeing their ads, and the more response the customer sees, the more money everybody makes. Then they pay you and you're happy, and then you can thank me with a small monetary gift for explaining this to you. Just saying, don't forget your boy. And I don't know if y'all remember the other night in my live, I mentioned my niece. She didn't make it. Now, I'm not going to get all sad and emotional, but I haven't put a video out now in like 2 weeks, or I put some of my old stuff that I had saved up for a rainy day. What video I did post, it was nothing new. She didn't make it. She died on her 3rd week birthday, 3 weeks to the day. So it's been a really rough week. And they're actually in Mississippi. And y'all know I'm in Tennessee, so it's been back and forth. It's a 3-hour drive each way. She was actually at the hospital in Memphis, which is about an hour and a half drive. And it's just been a rough, dadgum week. But so I didn't what was I even saying? So yeah, I haven't put a lot of stuff out, and I haven't really even been worried about lives. I work 104 hours a week. Last week I worked 96 hours. And in my free time, my off time, we've been running back and forth to Memphis, and it's just been bad. But and that was why I went live tonight. I want to talk about this networking thing because it's driving me nuts. That's why y'all notice I don't really ask for subs because the number of people don't help me. I need people to watch my videos. Go watch my videos. Um, that now, and I'm going mental over this whole bashing people over everything stuff I was talking about earlier. Man, it just, I'm not a mushy, emotional kind of guy. Actually, I'm kind of a rowdy redneck kind of guy. I spent the better part of my life, I was in the infantry in the U.S. Army. The rest of the time, I was drinking and bar fighting and shit. I ain't never turned down a good time, man. But damn, I ain't never wanted to shoot nobody or rape nobody. Hell, some of my best friends are people that I met in a bar fight. Because when you get done whooping the shit out of one another, you get up, you hand him a towel to wipe the blood off, and you buy him a beer. Or he does the same for you, and you become lifelong friends. And you go to his wedding, and you know you're the godfather of his daughter. And man, what the hell is wrong with people? Just what is wrong? Now you can't take a ass whooping. No, got to shoot somebody. Man, I don't understand it. And that all kind of came to light. There went Maddie. It all kind of came to light watching. Actually, I saw Dan Becker's video. Go watch that. Dan Becker did a video on "Am I the Best Backpacker?" That's probably my favorite video on YouTube right now. I think I added it in a few of my faves playlists if you want to go check it out. And that's what he harps on. That's you know, we got to stop comparing each other. You know, if Kay wants to just decide she go backpack the AT, she's not competing with me. It's not a competitive sport. If CLC wants to go hike this trail and she wants to carry 100 pounds worth of gear, God bless her. More power to her. I damn sure couldn't do it. But I'm not going to tell her she can't. Mark, John, I mean, John was talking about hunting. You know, I'm not going to tell him his rifle sucks because my rifle was more expensive, or it's shinier, or it's got a more expensive scope on it. Was from a dispute about. See? That's what I'm talking about. Only way up. I think that's what my rucksack weighed in the Army. But I mean, y'all get what I'm talking about. Y'all understand what I'm saying. We're so quick to tell everybody, oh, your backpack ain't good enough, or your sleeping bag ain't good enough, or oh hell, you'll never make it if you don't do this, and you can't hunt with that gun, and you can't do. Why are we so quick to hate each other? You know, and something else I was telling my daughter, because my daughter will be the first to tell you, their generation sucks. They're useless. And me and her was out at the lake one day. This is last year. She had skipped school. Okay, I'm going to tell you that's a quick story. It ain't quick, but I got time. She was a Girl Scout leader. You know, I mentioned, you know, we kind of had it out while my youngest daughter was homeschooled. You know, my oldest daughter was the same thing. But she graduated. She made it through. Before she graduated, she was, man, she's top of her class, straight A student. I better have weekend. No, this day and age, she would have probably shot you in the face. And that's what's wrong with people right there. But no, my daughter, she had just kind of had a rough week at school. And I said, well, I'm going fishing in the morning. She looks at me, she said, Daddy, can I go? She's a senior in high school. And I'm like, well, you got school tomorrow. She's like, I know. That's all she said. And I'm like, oh, hell. The kid don't ever miss school. She makes good grades. I'm like, yeah, come on, we'll go. So she goes fishing with me. Well, we get done at the end of the day. We're getting ready. I pull up to the boat ramp, getting ready to put my boat back on the trailer. And there's two old black men working on this boat. And y'all know, I'm like a young white dude. Well, I mean, I ain't young. I'm 40 something, but these were in their 50s or 60s. And oh, that's what that was. And so I'm just kind of hanging offshore a little bit, waiting on them because they're on the boat ramp. And they go to wave me on. I'm like, no, y'all go ahead, take your time. I give them a few more minutes. Well, I pull up on the bank next to the boat ramp, and I get out and I walk up there, and I'm like, what's going on, guys? And they're like, well, we're having some trouble with our motor. And I said, well, you mind if I look at it? We get into a great conversation about boats and boat motors and fishing and this particular lake that we were on. And, man, I had a great conversation. Well, I get their boat motor running for them. And, he's telling me the whole time, he's like, man, let me move out of the way and you just load yours up. I'm like, dude, I got nothing but time, man. I'm good. We'll sit right here on this boat ramp. We'll work on your damn boat all day. And we get his boat running. He drops in the lake and takes it for a test run. He comes back and he's like, thank you so much. And I'm like, bro, man. Well, I'm joking about my daughter. I'm like, she's hungry. She ain't had nothing but a ham sandwich and some peanut butter crackers all day. And I'm like, well, I'm going to get this boat loaded up. Go take his kid, get her something to eat before she starts gnawing on one of my damn fishing rods or something down here. And this old black man, he pulls out a $20 bill and he goes, here you go, boss, this for helping me with my boat motor. I'm like, dude, put your money up. That's a damn slap in the face. And he's like, no, you need to go get that girl something to eat. And I'm like, dude, I got money. I don't need your $20. I appreciate the offer. Well, he like kind of lunges at me. It kind of startled me. I thought about cutting him. But I was wearing a vest, my little camo vest, and he just stuck the 20 in my pocket. And he's like, man, take the money. And he's smiling, from ear to ear. And I'm like, man, it's not necessary, brother. The only payment I need was just some good, friendly conversation, fisherman to fisherman, boat owner to boat owner, disgruntled boat owner. You know what BOAT stands for? BOAT, bust out another 1,000, because ain't nothing on a damn boat cheap. And he said, yeah, but she hungry? Man, you did us a solid. I said, well, thank you. And the man gave me a hug. Well, we chit-chatted a little bit more. We went on our way, got my boat loaded up and left. My daughter looks at me and she says, I just realized something. I'm like, what? It's just kind of out of the blue. She goes, racism can't be as bad as the news and social media make it seem. I'm like, I don't know how it is in the rest of the world. I don't know what it's like in inner city Chicago or downtown LA or Atlanta or Miami but around here, as long as you're not a knucklehead, you're good to go, man. The point of all that is, why are we so quick to hate each other? Why is this such a problem? Like, we're all sitting here right now having, well, I'm talking to y'all are talking amongst yourselves, not paying no attention to me, but whatever. Who the hell am I? Whatever. But we ain't never met. And we're not hating each other. Nobody's against one another. But yet, it's like modern media wants you to think that two people cannot live in harmony. I don't understand it. So going back to what I said about, I'm a rowdy guy. But I'll be the first to give you a hug. If you're feeling down, I'll be the first to give you a hug. I ain't ever met your kid. I'll come to their wedding. I'll congratulate you. You know, this world really isn't. Okay, okay. I'm messing with you, Kay. I'm sorry. I was playing. Uh, I don't know why we're just so quick to be opposed to somebody else, and we somehow rank ourselves and our own lives on someone else's success. Like, why does my coworker make more money than me? Or what's it matter? You accepted the job, you knew what it paid, go to work, do your job. And I tell my wife all the time, my wife is the world's worst, y'all. The world's worst. She thinks work is where you go to make friends. That's your new social gathering. Then a fellow from CLC, it cut you off. I don't know what it's saying. Oh crap, this is bad. I can't read the rest of it. Okay, they told you no, and then a fellow from, man, you're just gonna leave me hanging. I'm dying. Mark, it does. You're right. It absolutely does. And I agree with you 100%. That doesn't mean we have to be mean to one another. It just means maybe we get to the point that we don't hesitate to hit some bitch in the face with a brick if he needs it. See, CLC, you're exactly right. And Mark, I'm pretty cold. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't got much use for people. Man, you show me a little respect, you be nice to me, I'll give you the shirt off my back. I'll do anything I can to help you. You get one shot. You treat me like crap, I'll drop you. I don't care. I mean, it's just not a big deal to me. My point is just general hatred and this general competition and how somehow we're quantifying our lives by other people. I don't understand it. Maybe I'm naive in some way. Maybe there's something I'm missing. My Coke loves me though. Look, check it out. My Coke loves me. I guess I should say that was not a product placement. I received no money, endorsements, sponsorships, or anything from Coca-Cola Bottling Company. Wherever the hell they're from, I don't know. But they didn't pay me, so anyway. But yeah, we just gotta quit hating. Jesus commanded us to love one another. I'm not even saying we necessarily got to love one another. I mean, it would be nice. I'm just saying we got to quit hating one another. And I don't even care if I like you. That's not even, I mean, damn, we can even go that far. CLC. Yes. Now you understand me. Oh, crap. That was my point. Ugh, the last time I needed approval was when I was 3. You damn right. But no, I mean, that ain't even my point. My point is, like I said, Mark, if you want to go hike the damn trail, why do I have to tell you you're going to fail or your gear isn't good enough? Why can't I just say, good luck with that. Hope you don't get eaten by a bear, bro. And leave it at that. Damn, I ain't got to be mean to you. I ain't got to tell you you're going to fail. I don't necessarily have to love you, is my point. But I don't have to be a dick about it either. And man, that's what's all over Facebook. Facebook is horrible, y'all. It is horrible. And y'all know, if you're a content creator on here, man, shit, you got to use these social media platforms, and they are horrible. Oh my God, they're horrible. Yeah, Mark, that's it. It's ego. You're right. You're exactly right. I saw a post earlier from a guy, the one I was talking about, that he was talking about hiking the AT back in the late 70s, early 80s. And he's like, I did it with an external frame, metal frame pack, and we carried like 60 pounds of gear. And I wore boots, you know, not trail runners, and I wore jeans, and I made it. I made it just fine. But man, everybody is so quick. Crap. I done screwed up. Hang on. I had a catastrophe. Everybody, well, that didn't make it no worse. Y'all don't look at the damn tree. There we go. Yeah, ego. Dude, I get that a lot in my line of work. Ego. Um, these like, usually I'm the one that gets stuck with new guys because I'm senior at my ammo service, and I get stuck with new guys, and I love it. I love it. I actually had a paramedic tell me one day, he's like, I ain't got time to ride with him. I ain't no teacher. Bitch, did you forget somebody taught you how to do this job? Somebody took the time to hold your hand and watch you screw up. Pass it on. I love new guys, man. I bring them in. Hey, look, I know what you learned in school. I know what your license says. Let's forget that nonsense. Let's learn how to do this job, okay? I'm going to show you what it takes. And actually, one of my closest friends right now was one of those guys. He was a young guy that came on board. He's my partner now, pretty much full time. And he and I became really good personal friends. And he told me after about a year, he said, man, he said, insecurities, people have to make themselves feel better. Yes, ego. Yeah, it's what Mark MC was saying. It's ego. They have to pat themselves on the back. Oh. But this young man came aboard, and man, we'd load a patient up, and I climb up in the back, and I'd look at him, and I said, what do you want to do first? Well, maybe we should do this. Whatever you want. And about a year later, he says, man, he says, you were kind of hard at first. He said, I thought you were hard to get along with and hard to understand, and you kind of left me hanging. I said, I never left you hanging. R5, what's up? It's one of my favorite streamers right there. Um, uh, anyway, yeah, this young man, he said, you know, you were hard on me, and I thought you left me hanging. I said, man, I never left you hanging. I just helped you. I didn't do it for you. There's a big difference between helping somebody and doing it for them. And people lose that. They've lost sight of that. They think we either have to do it for them or turn our back on them. I just don't understand that way of thinking at all. Well, I guess y'all all know R5 Adventures. No need for introductions, but that's probably one of my favorite live streams. I never get to see it anymore because I never get notifications anymore. Mark. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, y'all all said y'all have that problem. No, YouTube don't tell me crap anymore. Um, there's like a handful of people that I follow just pretty much religiously, and I don't get their notifications at all. YouTube don't tell me when anybody's on. But anyway, I will. Yeah, CLC. That's what I'm saying. And R5, I would try that. Now, I never thought about that. I have to go try that. Unsubscribing from their channel and resubscribing. I went back and made sure my notifications were set to all. I don't know if it was just mine, or I notice a lot of times when you subscribe to a channel, I guess it's the default. Set your notifications to personalized instead of all. So if you're not paying attention, you click subscribe and you click the little bell, it sets it to personalized. And I don't know what the heck that means, but it doesn't give you all of the notifications. I noticed some of them, I went back and made sure that it was on all, to check the all notifications. But McCartney Survival, I used to get on his live, which I know he's been slowing down since he's had the baby. But he'd done a couple of lives that I had no clue till after they were over. R5, I haven't seen any of your stuff in a while. I don't even remember the last time I saw you on. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I really don't remember. But anyway, R5, what I was talking about the one big flaw was the people that are pushing the networking streams, especially for channels that are trying to grow, the ones that are on a path. Yeah, Mason has slowed down a lot since they had the baby. I know last time me and him talked, because we text a lot. Last time he and I talked, he said that Mama would stay up during the day. And take care of the baby, and he would sleep during the day, and then Mama would go to bed at night, and he would stay up during the night. So, I was talking about the one big flaw, just real simple because we've already beat it to death, was going sub for sub, and how you lose a lot of them because they don't watch your content, and the click-through rate and your impressions and all that stuff. About, you got to get people watching your content. Subs are great, but that's not what makes your channel. So if you're just hitting the networking streams and you're picking up subscribers, but they're not actually watching your stuff, it's not helping you. YouTube has made it very clear that it doesn't really care how many people you have. They care about how many of those people are watching your content. So that's the one big flaw. That was really, wow, it took an hour and 40 minutes to explain that. But yeah, that's the one big flaw, is when you start networking and everybody's like, hey, I got you, get me back, and everybody's great and everybody's happy, but you're not watching content, which is not helping you to get ranked. It's fine for a channel unless you're trying to get monetized, or you're on that road. You got to get people watching your stuff. You got to have decent content, which some of my content is in the crapper, man. It's killing me. I cannot get views for some reason. Maybe it's just bad content. I don't know. But CLC went and looked up, she was looking up her impressions and stuff earlier. It's pretty neat when you start really digging into the, oh no. Yes, R5. You just summed up everything I was talking about right there. I ain't even got to say nothing else. That's it. That's exactly what I was getting at right there. I started out doing it because I didn't know any better. I would put out my content, and then I would go jump on all these networking streams, and it gave me a boost at first. It got people, it got my name out there a little bit, but it wasn't helping. I mean, it wasn't really doing anything for me. My subscriber count jumped a little bit, which, hell, you don't retain 75% of what you pick up. So it helped immediately. Wow, that is awesome. I've actually gained, I gained about 60, I guess, in the last 2 months, purely organic. Uh, I mean, hell, I ain't got about 194 subscribers, so you know. Tyler, or no, it was me and Mason was actually talking about me doing live streaming because I don't have 1,000 and I do it mobile. I'm using Prism Studio. CLC sub for sub. You sub me, I'll sub you. Um, but these live streams get my watch time up. And R5, you know, that's what matters. Uh, Getting that watch time up there. I don't know what this cat's driving, but I can hear him coming from like Haywood County. Sound like a jet. Just a semi. And R5, since you're new to my live stream, the tree is haunted, just so you know. Do not go to streams with. Wow, that is great, R5. I Now, I mean that's one thing I'll say. I'm playing hell getting my channel to grow, man. Since my click-through rate went up. Okay, you think you got jokes? Uh, um, well, I don't even remember what I was saying. Since I've been looking and watching what videos are getting suggested, which videos are ranked, and you're right, the thumbnails, the description means a lot. That does a lot for your videos. And the ones that are getting suggested are getting views, and now it's starting to grow a little bit. It's jumped. I don't know. I forget what I picked up 26, I think, in 7 days. I think is what YouTube was showing. I don't remember, but it's starting to pick up a little bit now. Oh, and Kay, we got to talk or something. I don't know. I have not figured out that thing we was talking about the other night. I can't figure it out. I tried to download the app, and I guess I need to talk to Tyler and get him to do an invite or whatever. That thing that you do, because I'm lost. I don't get it. When I went to download the app, it said the Matrix. Yes, the Matrix. My second channel is to prove you can do it all organic. That is cool, R5. I just want my main channel to do it organic. But yes, Kay, the Matrix. When I went to download the app, it said it was a gaming chat app or something. I don't know. So I didn't download it. I don't know. I'll talk to Tyler and get him to explain it to me. I did networking at first, so this channel is still. Huh. Oh, okay, Kay. Oh, okay, Kay. So that was the right thing. All right. Yeah, and that was another thing. Y'all posted the link, and I couldn't go back and find it. In my chat when I go back and look after this video renders and everything, I couldn't find it. So don't worry about it right now. I will get with Tyler or something. I will figure it out. But I will go ahead and download the app, and I'll get Tyler to text me whatever I need to get in. I don't know. Yeah, R5. That's I've been noticing that too. Yeah, I'm not paying anybody to say my name. I got lucky Um, I got lucky. I got it like R5 was a big help to me. Um, Tyler, Mason. All right, all right, R5. I'll keep an eye out for that. But they were really nice to me and did shout me out, and it helped a little bit. Um, but like I said, you got to get people watching content, man, and that's the flaw of networking is sub for sub, but nobody's watching your crap, and you got to get people watching your crap. So organic seems to be way better, although I'm not seeing any benefit from it yet. So what do I know? I'm just a guy sitting on a porch, spitting in a Dr. Pepper bottle, and watching a haunted tree. Huh. Anyway, so I don't know, but that is the networking's biggest flaw. Oh yes, R5. Tyler is a good dude. What is he working on, Kay? I didn't even see the beginning of it. I saw the end of that live he did or whatever, where he said he was at his brother's or brother-in-law's house, something. But what was he even working on? And then he locked his keys to his car in the garage or whatever. I told him he was talking about. He said, "I don't know how I'm gonna get in the garage. Just throw a brick through the window." I think Mark told him to break a window. But anyway, ball joint. Ah, yeah, I didn't know what he was doing. But yeah, R5. It's a. I guess it's great to meet people, but man, if you're trying to get like a legit channel up and going, it just that networking stuff just don't work. Channel focuses on special needs. This channel has everything at once focused on one time. And R5, that's one thing I've tried to do too. Is I said I wanted to have an outdoor channel, and when you say outdoor, you get lost in the bushcraft or camping or whatever. Man, when I say outdoors, I'm talking about if I want to take my GoPro out water skiing, or I want to put my GoPro on my motorcycle, or I've got my camera out on a backpacking trip, or while I'm running my trap line, or I'm in a deer stand. I've tried to I've tried to keep it on like outdoor adventure sports, but not necessarily bushcraft. There's a lot of bushcraft channels out there and a lot of survival, and you kind of get lost in the shuffle. Oh wow. I've talked to Bossy on, I think on your channel, as a matter of fact. It's the only time I've ever met her. Uh, but yeah, I'm trying not to get caught in that trap of, you just do bushcrafting. Because honestly, just a ton of people out there doing it. The survival, it's just a ton of people doing it. Um, I've tried to do not necessarily everything, but if it's kind of outdoors, it goes. Um, there's a lot of stuff I've actually turned down, like putting not like people came to me. I'm talking about ideas that I had that I thought, nah, I just really don't fit. Um, I've done some gear reviews. I've done some how tos. There's just not a lot of, yeah. Yeah, R5. That's what I was saying. It helped, to get me going, but after that, it's about all it seemed like it was good for. Um, wow, man, these I need to start taking some ginkgo biloba or something. I don't know. I like I get ADD so bad here lately. Man, I can't even keep a damn thought together. Um, I was saying something. I don't remember. Must not have been important. Uh, oh, you're talking about our channel, yeah. But I try to kind of keep it on point. I try to keep my gear reviews. It's not about bushcraft or survival. It's what works for the average Joe. If any of y'all want to go, hey, I've been looking at this product and it's affordable stuff. It's like I was talking about the backpacking trip earlier. Everybody thinks that you got to have this damn $500 tent or you're not going to survive the AT. Man, there's people that's actually through hiked it with a daggum tarp. Just a tarp, a simple shelter. Uh, Granuate. Never heard of it. I might need to try it though. Sorry about that if y'all heard that. I just got an email. Uh, I ain't never heard of that, Mark. But man, I don't think it's like memory as much as it is focus. Well, that's kind of what I was going for. R5. That was kind of my point. Um, but no, I was talking about. I like the outdoor and variety. I like learning. Yeah, I just turned into Albert Einstein. I don't know. I'm not that good at math. And that's another myth. Just for the record, just so y'all know, there's like this old wives' tale that Albert Einstein actually failed math. Actually, no. He was turned down for the Polytechnic, but eventually got in like the next year. But he was actually really good at math. I think it was English, or it was a language that he did poorly in. He didn't fail, he just did poorly in it, but he was actually a mathematical genius. Just so you know. But yeah, like that. Wow, see, here we go again. Wow, I got distracted. Um, I don't even remember. It's the outer. Oh, yeah, people saying that you've got a $50 tent or whatever and it won't work. It's not good enough. Yeah, it will sometimes. There's some $50 tents out there that are complete garbage. There's some $50 tents out there that I'd put up against $500 tents. I'd go for it. See, that's what I'm talking about, CLC. You get me. That's my point right there. Yeah, there's some $50 tents that'll go up against these $500 tents. Man, I've seen people like deer hunting. I've seen people with $1,000 scopes miss. I've seen people with $30 scopes hit. Um, I don't. I don't know that there is one right answer necessarily. So I try to do my reviews on, you know, it, for the common person, especially people on a budget, they're not out buying $500 damn tents. So, try to keep things for just the average Joe, so to speak. Um, and stuff that works. Let's do away with a lot of the myth and I saw it on Facebook and try to break some of that myth. But good Lord, that's fighting a losing battle because every video I make, there's 900 other videos out there saying that there's this other stuff that clearly doesn't work, but it does, or they say it does. So you're constantly fighting a losing battle with this stuff. Man, CLC, we were having a conversation earlier about snake bites. For every video I make, about treating snake bites. There's 10,000 other videos out there saying I'm wrong. And it's funny because me and all the universities and all the doctors and the Mayo Clinic and people that are making these videos say the same thing. But we don't know what we're talking about because their cousin Earl told them that it was true. Well, I hate to tell you guys, I don't know Earl, never met the guy, but he's an idiot and you need to stop listening to him. R5, I'm glad you were here. I really am. I will go unsubscribe and resubscribe. Of course, you know that. Because I miss chatting with you. But yes, it is 2 a.m. Go get some sleep. I'm not going to stay on here too late. I'm on the ambulance for 3 more days, so I ain't far behind you. I'm going to go to bed here shortly. What time is it? It's almost 2. But get you some sleep. It was great talking to you. I'm glad you got to see me for a little bit. But yeah, but yeah, I'm not knocking. I'm not. Yeah, CLC, you gotta go check out R5. And I guess I gotta go check out our new channel. I guess I don't know. Didn't know about that because I don't get notifications. But yeah, if anybody here has a cousin or uncle named Earl, whatever I said he was, kin to you, I'm sorry, it wasn't directed at you. But Uncle Earl. Uncle Earl's an idiot. I'm on a page on Facebook that specifically talks about snakes in Tennessee. And I was reading some stuff earlier, man. They were in there having this knockdown, drag out damn argument about cottonmouths. Cottonmouths are not found in East Tennessee. Okay, because East Tennessee is all mountains, the Great Smoky Mountains. Cottonmouths are in West Tennessee and Western Middle Tennessee. I literally have an Uncle Earl. Okay, may I ask, and I'm saying this with all due respect, but is he an idiot? I'm just wondering. I'm not making any judgment. Just curious. But man, they were having this knockdown drag out on there about, oh, I've seen them over here. I've seen them over here. And there's some dumb as there's some actual herpetologists, some scientists that run the page, and show me some pictures, because if you have pictures documenting it in this area, we can add it to the maps, because it's never been documented. Not to say necessarily that it doesn't exist, but no one before you has done it. So if you've seen one, then you have made a discovery. So then they got into this whole thing about alligators in Tennessee, and they're like, TWRA, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, actually put it in the hunting guide, the rule book they put out every year, that there have been some alligators documented in the southwest corner down around Memphis. And that immediately starts, oh, I saw one at Cordell Hull, which is way over in Middle Tennessee, northern Middle Tennessee, hundreds of miles from this other one. Oh, they've been here for years. How come a state fish and game just said it this year? And they're not hiding it. They put pictures out. They've got videos on their Facebook page. They've made public posts. Why were they hiding it before? Now, maybe they were, because, of course, everything's a conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. And again, Herbert T. What's up, Big Dan? My man. So, again, they just ask, the gators have a rough winter. It's pretty cool when they go into brumation, and this is documented. It happens even in the South, where we know they live. They stick their nostrils above water and let the water freeze around their nose so they can breathe. It's actually pretty cool. Um, ice cream is conspiracy. No bones in it. uh, so people just simply ask, "Where's the pictures?" And then they get talking about cougars. Look, we had a cougar documented in Tennessee. They had hair, they had pictures, they had trail cam pictures that everybody was submitting, and they pretty well followed this cat's path across the state of Tennessee over like 10 months. One cat, and when you put the sightings on a map, it pretty well makes a line. And oh no, they're everywhere. They're here now because we got one on camera, and they got hair samples, and it was the same cat. But no, nobody wants to listen to that. It doesn't matter. So everybody turns to Facebook for their info, and now all of a sudden everybody is a damn scientist. And again, this goes back to, oh, I know it's true because my Uncle Earl told me he saw one run across the road at 1 o'clock in the morning 14 years ago. Well, number one, your eyes is the easiest thing in the world to fool. The human eye is about one of the most useless parts of the human body. I say that facetiously, but you know what I'm getting at. Well, maybe you don't. Meaning, it was a journey, so it was allowed to open carry. Dan, you're not helping, bro. You had one job. I don't know what that was. I just like that saying. Wow. This is why I get distracted right here. Y'all, yeah. Anyway, your eyes are so easy to fool. So easy to fool. You see something, but you didn't actually see it. It wasn't really there. And so, especially something moving at night. Yeah, this is not about Kay's Uncle Earl in particular. Maybe I should use a different name. Kay. See, this is what happens. This is what happens. Hang on. No, the tree ain't moving tonight. Y'all, I'm not falling for it. But anyway, something moving quickly, and it runs through the edge of whatever you're able to illuminate. Your eyes are so easy to fool. But of course, Uncle Earl saw it, so it has to be true. And then they go into, no, I saw one. Okay. No, you're fine, Kay. I'm just picking at you. Hell, it might be moving. I don't know. I don't even care. I figured, look, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I've had a pretty good life. I can't knock it. If something supernatural or whatever the hell that is takes me, hey, whatever. It's just my time. I can't fight my fate. But everybody talks. Another thing, rattlesnakes. Okay, yeah, we have some rattlesnakes here in West Tennessee, and people talk like they're everywhere. They're just everywhere. All right, Dan. Have a good night, buddy. We'll see you in a bit. Don't walk out of your house. You're gonna step on a rattlesnake or a copperhead. I've hunted my whole life. I've lived my whole life in the outdoors, and I can count on both my hands all the venomous snakes I've ever seen in person. Ever. Because mainly, I don't go where they are. Do a little research and find out, what places they like. Doesn't mean I wasn't near them, but, they're not out just chilling, attacking people. It's not like snakes on a plane. We don't have wildcats running everywhere, and alligators aren't taking over the state of Tennessee. It didn't happen. And your Uncle Earl's an idiot. I mean, it is what it is. Not your Uncle Earl, okay? But Yeah, that's why I don't know. I get on like Facebook and Twitter, and I make it a couple of minutes, and I'm ready to scream and throw something, and I have to turn it off. Can't do it. Can't deal with it. Mark, you're kind of in a different situation. You're kind of the exception of the rule. You got rattlesnakes everywhere, bro. Y'all can have them out there, and y'all got diamondbacks. Uh, Screw that. We don't have diamondbacks. We got canebrakes, timber rattlers, and West Tennessee has pygmy rattlers. Um, I've literally ever seen just a couple of pictures of them, like from people I know. I'm not talking about in books and stuff. Um, yeah, I know what you meant, Mark. You just don't see pygmy rattlesnakes. Most of the venomous snakes I've seen are copperheads and cottonmouths. Um, Actually, 3 years ago, I walked up on a canebrake, a timber rattler, and guess what? He didn't attack me. He didn't come after me. He didn't stand up on his two little snake legs and charge me with some kind of magic spear or something. I was looking up in a tree because I was watching a squirrel. I was squirrel hunting, and yeah, I mean, God bless you. I hate diamondbacks. I hate rattlesnakes in general. They some mean little bastards. And not that they're mean as in they'll attack you, just their venom is very potent and they will jack your world up. Oh, yeah, CLC, y'all got pygmies in Florida. Yes, I forgot about that. We have them up here in West Tennessee, but you never see them. They're just not. I guess they're, I don't know if you'd say heavily populated or whatever. They're very well documented here, but you just don't ever see them. They're real reclusive. um, but yeah, snakes don't bother me, CLC. Um, Mojaves will chase you. I did not know that. See, I don't deal with snakes out west, so I used to watch Venom ER on TV, and just about every single snake bite, which that was in California, was from Mojave rattlesnakes. Um, but anyway, but yeah, I was walking through. I had a timber rattler and a diamondback. Yeah, piss on that. I ain't even studying diamondbacks. But timber rattlers are not that mean. They're actually fairly docile, at least the ones that I've ever run into. But anyway, about 3 years ago, I was watching this squirrel up in a tree. He was bouncing around. I was trying to be quiet, and I just happened to glance down to make sure I didn't step on any twigs or anything. And he was just laying there, and he just looked up at me, and he just kind of nodded his head like, sup. And I looked down at him, sup. We seem to be at an impasse here, my friend. He wasn't backing up, so I figured I would. And I actually talked to this snake. Y'all laugh at me if you want, but I did. I promise you, I looked down at him. I'm like, bruh, I'm going to back up, and I'm going to let you be. You're just a snake out here doing snake stuff. I don't blame you for that. But if you do something stupid, I'm going to evaporate you with this 12 gauge. As long as you let me be and let me go on my way, we'll both go home happy today. And I started backing up. He never coiled. Believe it or not, he didn't even rattle. I backed away slowly. He never got defensive, nothing. And I was well within striking distance. I was probably 18 inches from him. And he just looked at me, just watched me. I backed away slowly and went on my way. I got some pictures of him. Once I got back out of range, I took some pictures. But I've never been attacked by a snake, ever. I've seen some get really, like, attitude-y, I guess. They got a lot of attitude, but I've never been attacked. So I don't think they can be just horrible creatures. I really don't. Mark, excuse me for saying so, but how would you do that with the balls that it would take to do that? I mean, do you like sling them over your shoulder, or can you explain, please? Because I ain't stepping over no rattlesnake. I'll back away and I'll let him be, but I'm not walking over top of him. I don't know. Is that like giant testicles or is that stupidity? I'm not sure. I mean, nothing personal. I'm not knocking you. I'm just wondering, how do you accomplish this task? I mean, do you like hold them and walk across them, or what? I'm really curious to see the answer to this one. I'll be glad to back up, let him have his space. He's just a snake doing snake stuff. He ain't bothering nobody. I'll go around him, give him a wide berth. We see a lot of copperheads, on the trails and stuff up in the mountains here. A lot of copperheads, and you got to be careful with a copperhead because this time of year, he came up on a rattler. His gun was in his holster, and he tried to put his gun there. See, CLC, I don't get that worked up by him, but when you don't see it. Well, Mark, that definitely does change things. I actually stepped across a log. It's been 4 or 5 years ago. It was in the spring. It was during turkey season. I was turkey hunting. I stepped across a log trying to be quiet. And I got to the dying laughing. I just walked over my walking stick and nudged him the other way. Once I got across the log, I took a couple more steps, and something caught my attention. And as I glanced back, I caught it out of the corner of my eye. I stepped right over a copperhead. Never even saw him. Literally stepped right across him. Y'all done got me creeped out now thinking about snakes. There's some shit crawling up in this chair with me now. But other than that, yeah, they're usually pretty chill. You know, cottonmouths. I'm guessing you'll have those out west. I don't know. I know they have them in Florida. But a cottonmouth will posture. You know, he'll open his mouth. That's where they get that name, the white on the inside of their mouth. But they don't chase you and screw with you. They'll posture. They just won't back up. A lot like rattlesnakes. They're like, I'm not going the other way, but if you leave me be, I will leave you be. Now, I've heard western diamondbacks are a little different, that they're a little more aggressive. I don't know. We don't have western diamondbacks in Tennessee. You will know it when you do it. And CLC, I'm not walking over tapping this snake on the butt with my stick. I'm not. Just not going to do it. My daughter, we've actually run into some snakes out on the trail. And we stood there, and my daughter's like, what do we do? I don't know. Have a snack. Let him be on his way. So we give him plenty of room, and we sat down and had a snack and watched him. And he was laying there getting some sun, and I was like, well, crap, he ain't leaving. So I threw a small stick at him. That didn't work. So I threw another stick at him. I didn't want to throw like a log at him. I didn't want to hurt him. And I threw a bunch of like little sticks at him, and finally he got aggravated and left. I mean, I'm not walking over there and touching him with nothing. I figure if I can reach him with that walking stick, he can reach me with his fangs. I know that's flawed logic, and I don't fear snakes, but I don't know. I promise I won't laugh. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm a scaredy cat, I guess. I just don't want to get bit. I've actually, we worked a snake bite this year. Copperhead bite. I don't know what I can say because of patient privacy and all that crap. But it was a snake bite. I'll just say that. And he was doing something stupid. Wow. I don't know. I'm almost out of stuff to talk about. There's like 8 more Oreos left. Fan poll. uh, so Mark, can you answer me the question? Are Diamondbacks aggressive? Western Diamondbacks, are they like mean, like really aggressive towards humans? I don't know. I'm really wondering. But I've got a fan poll. Wow, that sounds really perverted. Um, I don't know. I don't know. However you want to word it. Got him a little, and he left for some rock. See, okay. Well, that answers that question. I didn't know. I've never messed with them. Um, and CLC, I just don't trust my judgment on that. I'm not gonna kill them. I don't just go around randomly killing snakes. And actually, in Tennessee, it's illegal to kill venomous snakes. Um, so I just generally don't. I know I've seen a copperhead in my yard. You can spray them with a water hose and they'll leave. I know that'll do it. And I can do that because I can get some reach with a water hose. But anyway, I need y'all's vote on something. I need y'all to tell me what to do. There's like 8 Oreos left in the pack. Okay? I don't know if y'all know what Scooby snacks are. They're like little cinnamon graham cracker things. My wife bought me a box of Scooby snacks. And me and my daughter ate the Scooby snacks over the last several days. And my wife bought herself some Oreos at the same time. Now it was one of those little small packages, you know what I'm talking about? The little ones. It wasn't the big family pack. Well, it's been several days, and she was having some of the Oreos earlier tonight. And she left them sitting. They will chase you and hiss at you. Huh. Is the green Mojave or Mojave green that y'all are talking about, is that the same as the Mojave rattlesnake that was on Venom ER? I'm guessing y'all are talking about the same snake. But anyway, so she left this. I had my rattlesnake for a few years. Huh. Wow. I wonder why, CLC. But anyway, so she left the Oreos sitting. We have like this little center divider on the love seat where we sit, and she left them sitting on there. I grabbed like 2 when I went in earlier to get my coat. But I'm wondering now, since she left them sitting out, are they fair game at this point? It's been a week, and she left them sitting out. She did not put them up. So I see this now as their fair game. There's like 8 Oreos left in the package. So I'm thinking when I end this live, I should go in and I should eat the 8 Oreos. I guess my question is, am I going to get divorced over this? I mean, is this going to be bad? Ha, okay, I like where your head's at. That's kind of what I'm thinking, though. I can't blame the kids. They're in bed. She'll know better. And she goes to work before they even get up. So, actually, my daughter's got testing this week. But, feed them, clean the cage, change the pool water, and they never hissed even once. I wonder, that's weird. But I'm assuming since she left them out, they're fair game. Like, they're community property at this point. Finley, my man. What you know good, brother? Eat 4 of the 8. CLC, really? Really? I'm a big dude. Do I look like I have that kind of damn restraint? Seriously? I mean, that's almost insulting. Like, you think I have that kind of self-control. Yes, Finley, I blue wrenched your tail. Because, man, like, my first live, wow, or maybe it was my second one. The 1K and then was here. Man, it got out of hand. We started getting some They some bad stuff went on up in here, man. I needed some help. I couldn't delete these people fast enough. And he kept having, this one person had like a bunch of different accounts. So every time I kick him out, he'd come back with a different name. And shit, I couldn't get nothing done there. But anyway. But yeah, CLC insulted me. Like, I don't have that kind of discipline. So if there's 8 Oreos, here's where we're at with this, y'all. If I go in the house and I go to the Oreo container, I'm going to eat all 8. I'm just being honest. You get the muscle now. That's right. I think I'm going to eat the Oreos. I do. She left them out. They're community property. That's the way I see it. And that's what I will tell the divorce attorney. They were community property. Look, just eat them all. See? That's what I'm talking about. Look, she got the Oreos out, and she had her a few. If she didn't mean for them to be shared with the family, she would have put them up when she got up and left. Because when we were eating our Scooby snacks, when we got done, we rolled the bag up, closed the box, and went and put it back on the pantry shelf. She left them out, and she doesn't leave them out. Our house ain't like dirty. So I can only assume that means she meant for me to eat them. This is a dilemma. I can't, Finley. I'll be at work tomorrow. I'm back on the ambulance tomorrow. I'll be gone for... Wow, that owl was loud. I'll be gone for the next 3 days. I think I only work 3 days this week. I get on the ambulance in the morning and I won't get off till Thursday morning. I don't think so, CLC. I think she meant for me to have them. Because she loves me. She wants me to be happy. She won't eat Scooby snacks because she doesn't like them. So, if she wanted something that was just for her, she would have got a snack that I don't like. That's it. That's what I'm going with. She meant for me to have them. I have to justify this to myself because I'm probably going to take a butt whooping over this. I'm going to eat the Oreos. That's it. It's decided. So, I'm eating Oreos. All 8 of them. Oh, no. What if... Eat them now. See? Finley, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm going with. I leave for work. She won't actually get up till like 6 in the morning. And I leave for work about 5:30. Yes, CLC. I'm all right, Mark. I'm trying to figure this out. But see, I leave for work at 5:30, so if I eat them, I'll be gone. By the time she gets out of bed and comes in and sits down on the couch and opens the Oreo container for a morning snack, I'll already be in another county, 30 miles away. Do I throw the container away or do I leave the empty container sitting on the thing? Because if I throw it in the trash, she probably won't see it. And so she probably won't think about it at 6 o'clock in the morning. You see what I'm saying? So it'll be like after she gets home from work or sometime tomorrow night before she realizes they're gone. And then she'll be looking for them. And she'll naturally check the trash because she knows I'm shady as hell. But by then it'll already be too late. I mean, it'll be over at that point. Yep. I'm eating the damn Oreos. She should have put them up. Suffer the consequences. Simple Man's Barbecue. What is up, man? Blame it on the kids. Take the wrapper with you. Y'all are some shady people. Y'all are all telling me to throw my kids under the bus. Man, y'all are shady. I'm not complaining. I like it. I do it all the time, but it's not the point. Wow. I'm impressed. I like y'all. Yes, Simple Man's Barbecue. I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you showed up, man. Thank you for joining in. We're discussing when your wife leaves snack food out. Does she mean for you to eat it? Because my wife left a package with 8 Oreos left. I decided to uh, phone play liberal and stop working. Um, but she left a package with 8 Oreos out, and I don't know whether to eat them or not. I want to eat the 8 Oreos. Might as well they throw us under the bus. Hey, no, wait a minute, hold up. Who said that? CLC may be on to something. I can blame her Malinois. Yes, Maggie. Her name's Maggie. That's it. That's it. Maggie's taking the hit on this one. No, it's good, John. Maggie's taking the hit on this one. But Maggie sleeps locked up in a kennel. I tell my wife I let her out. But no, then we get into just flat out lying. I don't lie to my wife. At least not in any way that I can get caught. No, I was joking. Y'all calm down. That was a joke. I'm not a bad husband. Usually. But simmer down. Near me, I can't. See? Simple Man Barbecue right there. That is exactly what I was saying. If you leave them out in the living room in a community area of the home, they are fair game. It is not my fault if I eat them. Wow, this conversation, it just got like, if she didn't hide it in the laundry room, she won't be too mad. Look, Kay, I gotta tell you, you know the big around not Halloween, but they sell this big giant. Too much, so you can have the Oreos. John, bruh, you're testing the limits of our friendship with that statement, bruh. How do you not like Oreos? I get it though. Some people just don't eat a lot of junk food. A rat got them. But anyway, she got one of these big giant, like the big Kit Kats, the big family deal. And she left it laying on the little console thing I was talking about. And there was a note. I've got a picture of the note. And it said, all the note said was, if you eat these, I will cut you. Love you, and her name. And it had a little heart out by it. It was all the. I've still got a picture of the note. See, y'all are shady. Finley said, just eat the Oreos and then let Maggie out before I leave for work. Yeah, that may be the plan right there. Dodgy, welcome aboard. Glad to have you. Yeah, you're right, Finley. it's worth the risk for the Oreos. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, it's Oreos, and there's only 8 left. I'm kind of with Kay. If she didn't hide them in her purse or something, she meant for me to have them. And she didn't leave a note. Like I said with the Kit Kat, she left a note. She will mess you up. But yeah, she left a note on the Oreo on the Kit Kats. It was the funniest thing. If you eat these, I will cut you. But yeah, I don't know. John, wow. I hope you're talking about a Slim Jim. I started buying to throw. Gotta have a yes. Hey, when she come home with the milk and the Oreos and the Scooby snacks, she gets some milk in there too. I got another question for y'all. What is an appropriate price? Because I know y'all are from like all over the. It's just a test. See, that's kind of what I'm worried about, CLC. That's what I'm thinking. She's testing me, and I don't like it. But what is the average going rate for a fish dinner? I ain't talking about Long John Silver's. I'm just talking about a regular fish dinner. And I'm asking for a reason. Some of the Oreos without milk is a crime. But you know, my wife puts the Oreos on a fork. I don't understand this. This blows my mind. she sticks a fork down in the cream between the two cookies and then holds it in the milk. Man, grab that stuff with your fingers and stick it in there and then eat it. Why? Man, she comes out with a plate and a fork. I'm like, damn, are you sitting down for dinner? It's some freaking Oreos and a glass of milk. That's a whole nother story. But anyway, I'm asking for a reason. Like, I'm in Tennessee, so, it's like big catfish. We eat catfish all the time. I don't actually like catfish. I think it's nasty. But every once in a while, I take a bullet for my wife. And I mentioned the no, Kay, no, don't drop it. You hold it. You put just your fingertips. Like, look, you just right to the surface of the milk. And you just got to have like a little tiny grip. And you don't get your fingers in the milk. You just like hold it in there and then eat it. Now my daughter does that, John. She like turns it into this soup. I don't know. But hey, I'll tell y'all what I do like, talking about sludge. Y'all probably laugh at me. Take vanilla wafers and just grab you a handful of them whole. I don't understand that, simple man. I don't. I mean, hey, whatever. But you just grab a handful of vanilla wafers and drop them in a glass of milk and then eat it with a spoon because they'll dissolve and they'll break up, so you're constantly getting like little pieces. That is a killer snack. But now I was asking about this catfish because, like I said, I take a bullet for my wife every once in a while. I fall on a grenade for her. So, we've had a lot of family stuff, with the niece that we was talking about earlier. So, she needed to get away from the house. So we went down to, I don't know if y'all ever heard of the Civil War battle at, have you tried whitebait? No, I've never even heard of whitebait. Little boats in a bowl of milk and spoon them out. No, CLC, Kate, y'all are doing, you hold them till just your fingertips, like right at the surface, until you can feel them. They'll start getting mushy like they're about to break. And just before that point, it's all about timing. It's precision. You take them out and you eat them. But anyway, I'm trying to tell this catfish story. So we went down to the Shiloh National Military Parks. Huge Civil War battlefield area. It's like big nature area. Yes, Finley, on a fork. I don't understand it either. But, and it's right on the Tennessee River. Amazing. I will, Dodgy. I'll check that out. And John, most likely, I don't know why not. You're gonna have to get, do some pretty good metalworking, but yeah, I don't know why you couldn't. But yeah, Dodgy, I'm gonna check that whitebait out. I've never heard of it. I'm curious now. But so we went, and it's on the Tennessee River, which is cat likes milk and or y'all are killing me. Little chocolate boats, but it's right on the Tennessee River, so there's catfish restaurants everywhere. John, if you're good with metalwork, it should. You're just, make sure, like, roll your edges. You know how to do that? Where, you kind of roll them over to make them nice and smooth and everything. On the trigger guard part. And make sure your bends are correctly and, your trigger clearance is all good. But, yeah, I don't know why not. The floor plate will kind of be the same thing. Just make sure your dimensions are right and that everything fits. And, yeah, if you're decent with metalwork, you know how to do it. All right, Dodgy. I'm glad you stopped by, man. It was good to have you. I appreciate you joining in. I'm gonna check out the whitebait stuff. All raccoons love marshmallows, CLC. That's what. Yeah, that's when we live trap them up here. To keep them out of the garbage and all that stuff. That's what we use. Is the little marshmallows like you put in hot cocoa. But anyway, so my fish story. I don't go eat fish. So I really don't know what a fish dinner cost. Um, Especially not down on the river, because that's where all the fish restaurants are. You get it up here, it's all frozen crap. There's really no like fresh fish places. So we went and had a nice day. Went around the park. It's a driving tour. It's several miles over this whole battlefield, and had a great afternoon. And we went to like one of the premier fish places. And I thought, look, I'm gonna take her to eat. I don't want to. So we go in there, and my wife and I both have a catfish dinner. Now keep in mind, y'all, this is 2 catfish fillets, a handful of French fries, a small side of coleslaw, and a little basket of like family-size hush puppies that's for the whole table. My oldest daughter has this grilled chicken with a baked potato. My youngest daughter has fried shrimp. It was like popcorn shrimp and grilled shrimp, and French fries and something else. I don't remember. But anyway, and I get the damn bill, and it was $100 for 4 people. That's $25 a person, and I'm not even talking about a tip. Now, we eat at steakhouses all the time. I'm not opposed to $100 dinner. But this was some damn catfish, y'all. 2 catfish fillets and French fries. And 2 little pieces of grilled chicken and a baked potato. It was $100. And I like to have a stroke. Because this was not a big, nice place. This wasn't like some big premier fine dining place. Like, we just got a Texas Roadhouse up here. You drop $100 in Texas Roadhouse for 4 people. Outback Steakhouse, $100. But usually, I have a draft beer. My wife have a mixed drink. We all have steaks. I don't care that it's $100. I mean, it was worth it. But this was damn 2 catfish fillets and some French fries. And it was $100 for 4 people. Now the shrimp, I understand the shrimp's a little high. But let's break this down. Alright, follow me here. A glass of tea, we in Tennessee, we have sweet tea. A glass of sweet tea run you about $3 at a restaurant with a meal. 4 people, that's $12. That's $88 for the entrees for 4 people. That's $22 a person. $22 a person for a damn catfish dinner. So, because I'm kind of out of the loop, that's it. We don't, I mean, it's maybe a couple times a year. John, yes, I have a coworker. I don't know what brands y'all have where you live, but you go to the Jug and you buy Red Diamond. I love Red Diamond tea in a jug. I don't really like commercially bought tea. I like, the homemade, whatever. You know what I'm saying. I'm not going to nitpick that, but just go to the grocery store and buy it in a jug. I'm not a big fan of it, but I like the Red Diamond, and all he will drink is sweet tea. And I tell him all the time, every time we at work, and he gets a jug, he starts pouring him a glass of unsweet tea. I'm like, dude, I'm going to have to cut you. I mean, I don't know how you live in Tennessee and drink unsweet tea. I really don't. That is mind-blowing to me. But anyway, I thought maybe I was just blowing stuff out of proportion. I didn't know. That's why I wanted to ask. What do y'all pay for like a fish dinner or something, a comparable meal where y'all are from? Because I ain't going back down there. I am not paying $100 unless I'm in a damn steakhouse. I better be having a meal a lot more than 2 pieces of catfish and some French fries for $100. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, Lipton is disgusting. We use Lipton tea bags to make tea here. Like, just the tea bags, but the only time I can drink tea with honey in it is when I'm sick. When I'm sick, I like it. Other than that, I don't drink tea with honey in it. That's just kind of gross to me. But now, when you say it's still got to have sugar, understand when we make sweet tea, you don't make tea and add sugar. You fill the jug up with sugar, take some water, drag a tea bag through it, and then pour that water into that thing of sugar. Why is my phone not charging? Wow. I've been sitting here this whole time with my phone plugged in, and it wasn't even, all the way plugged in. It was like kind of at an angle. So now my damn battery's dead. I can get 12 fried catfish fillets and 2 family size for $20. That's what I'm talking about, Phil. That's why I wanted to ask. See, that still don't add up to damn $90 for 4 people. Man, we got ripped off, y'all. It's Haggie's Catfish Hotel. It's in Shiloh, Tennessee. The food was not bad. I can't knock it. I mean, the food was good, but it was not 100. Man, she brought me that check, and it was like, oh, damn. Y'all gonna have to give me a minute. My head is spinning. Yeah, everything's bigger in Texas. We make ours in a coffee maker. Pour a hot, ungodly strong tea. Water it down to where. That's pretty much how we do it, John. More or less. Finley, I want to come to Texas just to have some authentic, fresh barbecue brisket. You can't get it up here. All we do is pork barbecue up here. It's Tennessee, Memphis barbecue. And that's all you can get, man. You can't even get, like, beef brisket is all frozen or like, the pre-cooked. You know what I'm talking about? They call it barbecue, but it's all like pre-cooked and vacuum sealed, and they just take it out and like warm it up in a grill looking thing. You know what I'm talking about? But man, I want to try some beef brisket, like authentic, legit Texas beef brisket. I know when I used to drive a truck, I get it down in South Texas, and I'd order barbecue, and it was beef. Like, man, I need some pork. We're just now starting to get hogs here, and I don't know. Buddy, he's in some of my videos. Biggie, that I coon hunt with all the time. He goes to Missouri and hunts hogs all the time. Yes, Finley, Texas Roadhouse is a ripoff. That's what I was talking about. So was Outback. Man, it's $100 for a mediocre steak. I mean, it's not bad. I shouldn't call it mediocre. The food's really good, but it was expensive for nothing. Man, I can go to the grocery store and get salad with all the trimmings and baked potato with all the goodies and steaks and everything for 4 of us with charcoal and a damn 12-pack of beer and not spend what it cost me at Outback. But, I mean, I don't have to pay for a building and I don't have to pay a cook, so, I guess there's that. Heck yeah, John. If I was down that way, I sure would. But yeah, Biggie goes to Missouri and hunts hogs all the time. And back in the spring, we was camping out on my farm, and he brought some of the meat, the wild hog. First time I'd ever had it. I never had wild meat. And he brought hog and bear. I haven't had black bear in years and years. And it was good. It was a little greasy, the bear was, but it was good. The pork, you couldn't really tell the difference between it and like commercial pork. It was actually pretty good. But authentic barbecue. I don't know what you mean by that. I've never heard of it. I'm not knocking you. I don't know what it is. Right, CLC. That's what I'm saying. Man, look, my wife works part time at this little restaurant, and it's a small town, and there's only like 5 people work there. And honestly, I just don't eat at small town cafes. I know that restaurant. I know it's clean. Because I mean, I've been up there and I've watched them clean it. But these little small cafes, man, I'm always scared somebody like I do all the time. Wipe my mouth and stuff, and not washing their hands, and it trips me out. I know they do it in big restaurants too, but for some reason I think about it more in like the small little cafe types. Because I watch, Big Jim back there cooking, and he, the crap, and then, oh man, that kills me. Yeah, John, we do that a lot up here actually. Not just with hogs. I mean, um, we share. We share, like we all hunt and stuff. We have a wildlife dinner every year where everybody brings, and it's only wild game. It's not for sale. We do it as a community event, and it's free of charge, but everybody contributes. We have fresh fish, turkey, doves, deer, some wild hog, bear, elk, any wild game, and I love it. I wish I could do what you're talking about more. Man, I would do that every weekend if I could. That would be just my cup of tea right there. Sweet tea, of course, but you know. Oh man, it getting late, y'all. It is 2:30 in the morning. I slept all day today. Man, it's been a rough week. I'll be glad this week is over. I hope. Whatever I could. Yeah, I mean, John, that's kind of the way everybody is. We don't ask any one person to do a huge amount. It's just everybody do what they can do, and we do leave a tip jar. I mean, everybody's gas and time and ammo and just everybody kind of do what you can do. Oh, did y'all see on the news that there was some restaurant? It was a major restaurant, like Panera. Maybe it was Panera. I think it was Panera. In a few cities, Panera started this basically pay what you can type thing. They don't turn anybody away. Anybody is welcome to come in and eat, and you just pay what you think you can afford. It was in the news here not too long ago. They announced that because of financial concerns within the corporation, they had to stop that. So, liberal mentality. Damn, Finley, you need to come up here and get these hounds, take them out and run them. Run them in these Tennessee hollers, because these dogs are about to drive me crazy. I can't get them out. I ain't got time. Oh, and they need to run. Bad. Yeah, CLC, I've just about had it for the night. Hell, I go to work in 4 hours. But I slept all day, so it's good. And I can sleep when I'm not running calls, so. But yeah, the liberal way of thinking. We just let people think what they pay what they think they should, and now the company's going bankrupt. It's funny how that works. Everybody thinks they get a free meal. It ain't free. Somebody's paying for it. I don't know what the hell a major company like Panera, I don't know how they didn't see this coming. That blows my mind. Don't hold me to that. I ain't trying to trash Panera, but I think that's who it was. But how did you not know this was going to happen? I mean, really, how did you not see this coming? But yeah, John, they will. You're absolutely right, and that's what people were doing. They was coming in there eating and not paying nothing, and now the company's broke. Well, damn, what did you think was going to happen? Man, if Outback tells me come in, have a steak dinner, and just pay us whatever you think, I'm finna eat like a king. I ain't even lying. Actually, I couldn't do that. My conscience wouldn't let me. But there plenty of people that will. So, Finley, you need to come up here and get these dogs, man. I'll be on 4 days in a row next month. I actually took a lot of time off in October for the first time in a while. I'm actually taking vacation days. Can you believe it? I don't ever take vacation, but they're kind of forcing me. They won't buy my vacation, so. And I was gonna take the dogs out, but I promised my daughter we'd go do a 150-mile hike. Yeah, CLC, you absolutely right. Absolutely right. Finley, I'm the same way. I'm a night owl, man. I don't function well in the daytime. Everybody laughs at me at work because I lay around the station and sleep all day when I'm not running calls, and then I'm up all night when everybody else is trying to go to bed. And a call comes in, I'm the first one up, like ready to go. I'm like, man, I don't do well in the daytime. I'd much rather be up at night. Yeah, CLC, that's what I'm talking about. Man, I'd be going in there having a couple beers and steak dinner, mashed potato with an extra steak, an extra potato, an extra bread. I'd leave them like $3. Man, how did they think this was gonna work? Okay, that's not good for you. You got to sleep more than 2. I sleep at least 3 every night. No, I'm kidding. You need to get some sleep though. That ain't good for you. Huh. John, I'm gonna tell you something about gun registry. Man, I hear people. Tennessee does not have a registry. Most states don't actually. That's about me, John. About 4 to 5 hours. Most states don't have a gun registry. Some do, but we use NICS, National Crime Information Center, National Instant Check System, NICS. We have TICS in here, Tennessee Instant Check System. Country Girl Paranormal, hey there, welcome to our mind-numbing, boring chat. We're really not talking about anything, but anyway, when you go buy a firearm, they run a background check, and it's run through NICS, which is the national system, and they come back with a go or no go, more or less. And if you get a go ahead, you make the firearms purchase, and your information is purged right there. Now, do they keep that info, conspiracies and all that crap? Maybe, who knows? But they say they purge it. They don't keep it. But either way, there's no database for who owns what, because most states allow you to, if you build your own firearm, it doesn't have to be serialized. It only has to be serialized under federal law when it's produced for sale. So if you make it for yourself, you don't have to. But I get calls all the time, constantly, about, I'm getting a divorce, and my wife told me I could keep the guns, but it's registered in her name. No, it's not. Guns in Tennessee are not registered. And, man, that's like a huge misconception here. They think, well, my wife bought the gun, and it was her info. It doesn't matter. They're not registered in anybody's name. There is a general database of every gun manufactured for sale. But that doesn't count. That doesn't count for ones that weren't manufactured for sale, but honestly, there's just not a lot of them. Who was the company? Started with an A, I think. They got rated by the ATF for the 80% AR receivers, 75%. Because anything less than 80% finished does not count as a firearm, doesn't have to be serialized. Say we're selling these kits, and then you can put it on a drill press with a milling bit and mill out the rest of the metal and make your own without serializing it. And they ended up and got raided, and all their records were seized by the ATF and stuff. But either way, registries are a joke. And I mean, like I said, most states don't even have one. And people don't realize that. They don't understand how the system works. And I mean, that's fine. It is confusing, and hell, everybody knows the ATF changes their mind every day. So any rule they put out will be different tomorrow. It's like the whole bump stock ban. Let me start off by saying, I think bump stocks are idiotic. There's no purpose for them. They're dumb. But if you want to own it, you can. So, the rule, and I'm not even talking about for or against it. The bottom line is the rule that outlawed them here in just not too long ago isn't even really enforceable. There's no way to make that valid. The ATF is not legislative. Remember that. The BATFE. They can't make laws. They can make rules. There's a difference. Trump gave them a directive, and they made a rule. That rule, technically, is not even enforceable. But, it is what it is. And I agree with both of y'all. Shall not be infringed. Absolutely. But you got to remember, the people that made the rule banning bump stocks is the very government agency that officially opined or ruled or whatever that they were legal. You see what I'm saying? They changed their mind because Trump told them to. And as much as I am a supporter of firearms, the NRA is selling us out, y'all. Because the NRA supported that bump stock ban. Their position was, we give a little to make them shut up and go away. The NFA was the same thing. The Brady bill was the same thing. If you keep giving and giving and giving and giving, you're eventually not going to have anything. And I don't know why people cannot see this. Think about it, John. If I come into your house and I say, man, I'm cold, and you give me your coat. And I say, John, I'm hungry, and you give me the last of your food, or all of your food. And I say, man, I'm thirsty, and you give me all your drink. And I say, I need a place to sleep, so you give me your bed. Next thing you know, your ass is homeless. It's just how it works. And I don't know why we can't see this. CLC, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Fossil Creek. Long time no see. I'm glad you're here, man. I ain't seen you in a minute. Yeah, I'm not saying bump stocks are good or bad. Like I said, personally, I think they're idiotic. I would never own one. But if you want to own it, that's fine. Whatever. Man, I'm hanging out like a loose tooth, man. I'm just trying to get by. Well, they say I'm just a squirrel in the world trying to get a nut. But just because I don't want it doesn't mean you shouldn't have it. And okay, let's skip all that because that's opinion and personal feelings. If you're going to outlaw it, at least make a law. Okay? Make a law. A law. Not a rule, not an opinion, a law. Put it to Congress, run it through the House, pass it, send it to the Senate, pass it, get the joint Congress, pass it, and the president sign it, and now it is a law, and that's a whole different ballgame. I hope that don't happen, but at least then there's a process of checks and balances. You know, at least then it followed due process. It followed our system. We can't just have a government agency that decides, okay, the NRA is selling out and the president needs to shut some people up, so here, we'll just change our minds. Because that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. That Las Vegas deal was a tragedy. It was horrible. Yeah, man, Fossil Creek and Finley, I done told both of y'all, man, y'all need to come up here when he runs some of these Tennessee backwoods. But anyway, you have a government agency now that just decides, I'm going to change my mind today. Actually, the whole deal on bump stocks, originally, you know, the manufacturer, they send it into the R&D department of the ATF, and they determine whether it meets certain rules or not. So they send it in, the ATF was like, I don't know. Well, then the ATF said, no, it's fine. It's not a problem. Well, then they come out with another letter, and they went, well, it does modify the weapon. Then they said, well, no, it really don't, so we're good with it. But then everybody got on YouTube and started showing all these freaking videos that it'll make this gun run almost full auto in a sense. And so the ATF said, oh, whoa, hold up. We can't do that. So they changed it again. Well, then they turned around again, like the 10th time, and they went, well, how you use it doesn't change what it was intended for. Therefore, it's legal. Actually, that was, hold up, I misspoke. That was on the SIG brace, the forearm brace for AR pistols. Because they said, you know, if you shoulder it, it doesn't make it a SBR, a short-barreled rifle. So you misusing it doesn't change its intended function. So it's legal. We approved it. The bump stocks, they just signed off on. Well, then Las Vegas happened, and all of a sudden it's, nope, we changed our mind. And they just start changing their decision. These were not laws. These were rules. These were rules. And they're enforceable. Because you have agents that will come out and local police departments, and they will come to your house and do it. And what are you going to do? You're going to tell them no? And they know that because people are scared. But like CLC said, I'll tell you what you can do with your law. I agree with you 100%. 1,000%. But what I'm saying is, at least if you made a law, you did it the way it was supposed to be done. Otherwise, it's just some dude sitting in the office going, how do I feel today? Yeah, here's a new rule. Piss on them. I don't care. It's not how it works. Actually, John, there's a lot of police that are enforcing it. A lot. I don't know if y'all can see it. I don't know. Can you see that? Yeah, the whole tattoo down the back of my arm, that's what it says. Mullen Lob, come and take it. But anyway, wow, that got political. See, Florida, Casey Anthony. I only bring up. Dang, Finley, that means you ain't gonna give me something to eat. Give me a place to sleep. What the heck, dude? But just talking about our system. Yeah, we got that here in Tennessee too, John. Uh, yeah, Tennessee's the same way. But I was bringing up CLC was talking about your laws. Casey Anthony. I was talking about our system. Casey Anthony guilty as hell. Everybody knew she was guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. But she didn't go to prison. Because our system worked. Now, how did our system work if we didn't put an innocent person a guilty person in prison? Because you are not assumed guilty. You are assumed innocent. The burden of proof lies upon the accuser. The person accusing you of something must prove that you are guilty. And in her case, they couldn't prove it. Did she do it? Yeah, it's freaking obvious she did it. But our system worked. It worked with OJ. And OJ guilty as hell. Hell, everybody knew OJ was guilty. But our system worked. That's what I mean by the laws. We need our system to do what it does. It doesn't matter that you don't like it. You know, like CLC, you said, I'll tell them what they can do with their laws. Absolutely. If it goes through the lawmaking process, we have a voice through our legislators and our senators. And we can be heard. But when the ATF sits in their nice little office up in West Virginia, yes, they're in West Virginia, not D.C., they're in West Virginia, and they decide to make a rule about bump stocks, how do you enforce that? And now we have no voice. We have no say in this. You see what I'm getting at? And why do we have senators and legislators without term limits? Man, these guys are career politicians, so, we really don't have a voice. They do whatever makes them money. But the way our system is set up, it should work. And that was all I meant, CLC, about the law. I agree with you 1,000%, but I'm just saying if we go through the lawmaking process, we use our system the way it was written, the way our government was meant to function, which we all know it doesn't work that way anymore. But it works when we let it work. And you got to admit, that still beats the hell out of some Nimrod sitting in West Virginia just deciding, no, I'm just going to make a new rule. You can't have bump stocks today. Oh, wow, that gave me a headache. But anyway, and I don't care. I know this is on YouTube. The world can see it. Casey Anthony is guilty. I don't care. And OJ was guilty. I believe it with all my heart. But our system worked. That's all that matters. Feeding hounds in game val. Man, what was I was fixing to say something. No, that's what I was saying, CLC. That's exactly what I was getting at. Is, there's no term limits. They don't listen to us anymore. At least I guess by the book, we would have a voice, but no, we don't anymore. You're absolutely right. Justice doesn't matter. The citizens no longer matters. It doesn't serve a purpose anymore. You are 100% correct. Absolutely. Uh, yeah, that was what I was getting at. Wow. Yeah, you said it best right there. If y'all wonder what I was talking about, just read what CLC said. That's what I was getting at. Damn, Fossil Creek done made him nervous now. He loading his guns and stuff. The ATF ain't coming tonight, bro. They're off on Sunday. It'll be tomorrow. At least. It's Monday. And by the time they watch this video, you probably got a couple days. You're good. You could lose all your guns in like a tragic boating accident. You know, everybody always says, I don't own guns. I lost them in a boating accident. You know, gun owners are some really crappy boaters. You ever notice that? Horrible boaters. And see people posting, you know, Facebook pops up these surveys every once in a while and it says, how likely are you to go boating within the next 3 months? Nice try, ATF. Nice try. Not falling for it. But anyway. They have friends in low places. That's right. Come up here, we'll hide in Tennessee backwoods. But yeah, our government doesn't serve us no more. They don't. It's sad. It makes me sad. But yeah, it is what it is. You know, when I was in college, we were having a discussion about no, CLC, it's all good. It is all good. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, there you go. So you didn't lose. It wasn't a boating accident. They got stolen. It's easier that way. But we were having a discussion in class one day, and they said, talking about legislating our safety. And there was a young lady in there that said, you know, yeah, I will absolutely give up a little freedom for security. And, you know, somebody else went into the whole, it's actually a misquote, but the quote about he who trades security for liberty deserves neither. And then that led into our rights being taken from us. And that was where I got involved. And I said, you know, it's very interesting. They're not taken. They're taking our rights. They're not. We are freely giving them away. It's a travesty, really. But we're freely giving them up. Because of people with the attitude like, I will gladly give up a little bit of freedom for security. I think the TSA may be the exception to that, the Patriot Act. Morning, Ricky. We didn't have a lot of say in that, but, you know, we all we all screamed for security after 9/11. And the Patriot Act came to be, and nobody said nothing. We sat back and we let it happen. That's why I say we gave it away freely until it started affecting us, until we started having to wait 4 hours to get on a damn airplane. And then all of a sudden we had to say something, and that's what's going to happen with these guns. We're going to sit back and say, it's not going to happen to me, or there you go, CLC. You're exactly right. But we're going to sit back until it's too late. Because gun owners, we have this attitude of the NRA's got us, or, man, you know, the Second Amendment protects us. And so we let the liberals make all the noise, and a squeaky wheel gets the grease. Think about that. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. They're the ones making the noise. And by the time this happens, it'll be too late. The damage will be done. And by then, we can't, excuse my language, I don't do it very often, but we can't un-F the situation at that point. Whatever we decide to do, we need to be the squeaky wheel. Whatever side you're on, whatever you believe in, you need to be standing up for it. Even if you're on the stupid side, at least stand up for it. Stand behind it. Because we're going to set back the few of us that are left with some dang sanity. That was a gunshot. At 3 o'clock in the morning. Thought I just saw somebody running down the side of the shop. And my buddy across the street. It's hard to see. He's got a bunch of lights out there. Sorry about that, y'all. But yeah, we're going to sit back and not say nothing until it's too late. And then it's done. And we can't stop it. You know, my daughter brought up the Me Too movement, which is about women that have been victims of sexual attacks. And, you know, that was a huge, huge deal when Kavanaugh was going for his appointment. And my daughter and I, we had a couple of long talks about it. And I said, you know, I'm not against outing a scumbag. Not a bit. And these cases are really hard to prove, and they're really sensitive. They banned impacts and squeak. Yes, CLC, that's exactly right. You're exactly right. I think somebody over there next to that shop. I hope this fool don't come over here. Because I guarantee you this video will get used in court if I got to smoke some fool out here in the yard with y'all on YouTube Live. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. But anyway, but I'm all for outing a scumbag. But you need to have a little proof. You can't just accuse somebody and ruin their life with no evidence. Now, I don't know whether Kavanaugh was guilty or innocent, and that's not the point. The point is, if you're going to drag somebody through the mud, have a little proof. Have something. Okay? And it's not about whether he was right or wrong and whether she was right or wrong. That's nowhere near where I'm going with this. What I was telling my daughter is, it's all fun and games to sit back and say, yeah, we need to be able to do this. And they need to be able to do what they did to Kavanaugh. And I said, you're right. So here's what happens. 10, 15 years from now, you're older, you're married. She's going to school for nursing. And I said, you're a nurse, you marry a doctor or a surgeon, really good career. And he's up for appointment to, and now my dog is barking. He's up for appointment to like the head of the hospital or the head of the surgery department. And somebody makes an accusation. You know this guy, he's deacon of the church, like a good down to earth guy, wouldn't hurt a fly, he never done nothing wrong. But somebody throws something out there. And now y'all spend all of your savings and your whole life's earnings to defend this, your husband. And it ruins his career and it ruins your life and it puts so much stress on your family. Just because anybody can say anything at any time without any repercussions. And I don't like that. That scares me because it can happen to anybody at any time. That's not good, y'all. That's not good at all. So, no, that ain't the FBI, man. I don't know what that was. But, CLC, hey, I mean, at least you're trying. You know, like all you buddies that sit around and go, well, I ain't even going to vote. What's the point? If you don't, you're voting for the person you don't want. I mean, it's the same thing. You got to do something. You got to try. The only way you lose is when you give up. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I'm distracted right now, but I'm trying to figure out what that was. It was a loud bang, and then I thought I saw somebody move through the light over there. And then my dog started barking. Finley, I own a boat. We was up here on a coon hunt. We was running down the Forkadoo River. CLC, you really want to hang up a kid? Hand them a cassette tape and a pencil. They will never know how them two things go together. Man, I grew up with a rotary phone. I don't know how y'all were. We actually had party lines. I don't know if y'all know what party lines are. We was way out in the country, and everybody on that road birds chirping at 3 o'clock in the morning. Y'all, I'm tripping out now. Everybody on that road was on the same phone line. So if somebody else was on the phone and you need to make a phone call, you got to wait for them to get off, or you pick up the phone and be like, hey, I need to call somebody. Yeah, I grew up with rotary phones on a party line. That's what they called it, party line. It's not like a party, like, hey, it's a party over here. I mean, like everybody shares the same thing. And man, I remember when we got our first number, like our own phone number. We had our own phone line. Wow, man, that was the thing. Oh, I like party lines because you could stay all up in everybody's business. Man, you knew everybody's business because you pick up that phone real shady on the down low and you could listen to everybody's stuff going on. Keep looking back over my shoulder because there's some stuff over there. CLC, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Fossil Creek was at party lines. You remember them? Did y'all have them? Yeah, but man, you could get all up in everybody's business with party line. It was funny because you knew. Yeah, that's about what ours was, about 5. And man, you knew everybody's stuff, everybody. And I remember when I hit my teenage years, we had gotten our own number. Uh, about the time I was getting into girls, and I stay up all night talking to these girls on the phone. Back when you had to get a really long cord and get off in the corner somewhere, so you could stay up all night, and your folks didn't know where you was at. They thought you was in bed asleep, and you had to talk real quiet, so nobody know. And I remember my grandparents. I'd be talking to these little girls on the weekend, and they come in there. You better get off that phone. Why? What if somebody needs the phone? They got their own number. See, they had party lines ever since they had telephones. They didn't know no different. I'm like, no, y'all got to keep up with technology. Got a little older. We bought my grandparents a microwave for Christmas one year. That thing sat on the counter for 3 years. I'm not making this up. 3 years. They never turned it on. One day, I asked them, I said, why don't you ever use the microwave? My granddad looked at me and said, I don't know how. 3 years. That microwave sat there for 3 years and was never turned on. We had a cast iron tub. This is another one. Cast iron bathtub. And in the wintertime, you could turn the hot water on. We still had gas heat in each room. So you didn't run the heat in the bathroom because you didn't want to burn up a bunch of gas through the year. Like all day. So about an hour before you got ready to take a bath, we didn't have a shower, we had a bathtub. You had to go in there and light the heater, start warming the room up, and start boiling a big pot of water, a big kettle full of water, like a big stew pot. And you go in there and turn the hot water on, get the water to flow through the pipes, and get the hot water running in the bathtub, and you have to start dumping that boiling water in there. You think, well, you can't take a bath in boiling water, but it was cast iron. You had to heat that cast iron up. Man, that stuff was cold. That's kind of creepy, actually. I mean, we all did it, so I can't say much. But you had to heat that cast iron tub up so you could take a bath. And drying our clothes, we didn't have a dryer. We had a floor furnace, the ones that leaves the griddle scars on the bottom of your feet. I've got those scars. The floor furnace in the house. We had the old, y'all probably remember, they called them dryers. It was a wooden rack that folded up so you stick it in a corner, but then it unfolded, and it was just like a frame, like some legs with some dowels on it, and you could do laundry, and you hung your clothes on it and set it over the floor furnace. That was how we dried our clothes. And I'm only 40. Gabby Ace. I'm only 44 years old. But man, I grew up poor in the country. Now there's taillights on in the car. Y'all see that right there where all those lights are? There's a car sitting right there. Right. Where? Yeah, right there. They just cranked the car. Now the reverse lights are on. I don't know if somebody's stealing the damn car or what. Because I actually know them people pretty well. Shit, I ain't never knowed them to go nowhere at 3 o'clock in the morning. Damn, I don't know whether to call the police or not. Now it must be okay. He just pulled up from the shop up to the house. All right, CLC. Yeah, I think I'm about to. I'm finna go eat these Oreos. Get about 2 hours sleep before I got a shower and go be a productive member of society. I'm glad you're here as always, man. I love talking with you guys. Y'all are awesome. They just pulled the car up from the shop up to the house. Pretty sure it's just them. I hope. Y'all hang on. Now my dogs are barking. uh, I don't know how to undo it. At least tell him it wasn't me, Finley. Y'all, I'm like tripping out right now. All right, CLC. Good night. It was nice talking to you as always. Yeah, Finley. So there was that bang, and then I saw somebody walking around over there, and then the car started up and went up by the house, and then it just come out and went down the road. Now my dogs are going crazy. All right, y'all. Look here. Oh, somebody sneaking up on me back here. I'm gonna wrap this up. Y'all. See, I don't like this because where I'm sitting, they can come around either end. They can come around that end of my house, which I can't see back here. This is pitch black. My dogs are on this end, and I mean, this is lit up out here. That house is right over there. All right, but we had 3 hours and 40 minutes anyway, so I'm gonna wrap this up. I thought about that fossil. I thought about that. But I'm gonna go get my light. Go see if I can figure out what's going on. I don't like having my back where I can't see. And it's 3:20 in the morning. But I'm gonna go in here and get my light. We're going. Thank you, Finley. But I'm gonna go in here and get my light, and I don't know if we need any witnesses. Well, they got quiet. There ain't nothing over there. I don't know, Dan. There's some shady stuff went down a while ago, man. It was like somebody jacking around at the house across the street. I live way out in the country. That's like the only. There's two houses right here. It's a father and son. The son's my age. And somebody was walking by his shop because it's like real lit up over there. And then the car cranked up and they left. And I know them people really well. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know everything they're doing in life, but I don't know where the hell they be going at 3:15 in the morning. That just ain't like them. And then all of a sudden, my dog started barking. Well, see, that this right here, that's the steps going down my deck. So see, I'm looking out toward the end of my house. The other end of my house is that way. And that's what I was saying. It's pitch black back there, but they got to come around, to get to the step. But over here, I can see it's all out here. It's all kind of lit up because our cars are parked. Like my truck is right there. You can't see it, but my truck is right. See the headlights down there? My wife's truck is right next to it. My daughter's truck is right next to it. So the only thing I can't see is like over here behind the tree. But yeah, it's a Ford. I drive a Ford Explorer Sport. My wife has a GMC Acadia, and my daughter has a Chevrolet Trailblazer. We're an SUV family. That's Blue. That's my older female. Yeah, that one that keeps barking so much, that's my older female. That younger one that sounds almost yippy, that's she's about 20 months. I guess just shy of 2 years old. My older one's about 2.5 years old. And then my male, he don't bark in the kennel that much. He's about 2.5 years old. Must not be nothing. Because they keep being quiet and then they get started again. That deeper bark, that one that's just barking, that's my male. Damn, I just took my light off my pistol too. Got a TLR1 I usually keep on it. I'll be right back. Uh, it is a Glock 23 40 caliber with a TLR1 Streamlight flashlight. And I found out what my dogs are going crazy about. There's a damn bunny rabbit hopping around over there. Yeah, there's a damn bunny rabbit. And my kennels are right over here at the corner of my house. When I walked over there, the damn bunny rabbit come out from behind the kennels and hopped out of here, and it's kind of open, like straight out in front of me right here. Kind of hopped out in there, and then he turned and went over to the other side of the property. That's what they're over losing their damn minds about, that friggin' rabbit. He's still sitting right there. Oh, Lord, Lord, Lord. Well, now I really got him stirred up. The other word, messing around with a damn flashlight. All right. Yeah, they are fossil. Yeah, but that's what they're freaking out about. There's a damn rabbit over hopping around behind their kennel. They over losing their freaking minds now. But now that we got that excitement settled down, we about to hit the 4 hour mark, and I'm fixing to get ready for work. I got about an hour. That's enough time to go eat them 8 Oreos and get a shower. But I appreciate you guys joining me. I really do. I had a blast. I love hanging out with y'all. Oh, damn, that sucks, man. That ain't no good. I was looking forward to it. I mean, I'm still going, but yeah, maybe you can just come out for a day or, uh, yeah, I seen that, Finley. I gotta go to bed. Uh, maybe you can just come out for, a day or two or something, Dan. We'll see, man. Don't count it out yet. Damn, I keep hitting the switch. No, I ain't ate the cookies yet. We sit here and talked about it for so long, and then all this other stuff happened. Hey, I ain't gonna turn down a good coon dog as long as it's a coon dog. It is a coon dog, ain't it, Finley? I don't know. I'm not sure I trust you. You liable to bring me a Chihuahua poodle or some shit. I don't want no Chihuahua poodle. I don't know. Hell, I don't know. Chihuahua poodle might tree better than these friggin' mutts I got. I admire y'all's loyalty though. Oh yeah, I'll take a walker. I ain't gonna turn down no walker. But yeah, I gotta admire y'all's loyalty. I gotta say something about that before I do wrap this up. You know, wasn't just real sure some like really bad stuff was about to go down. I done went and got guns out and flashlights, and y'all stayed. I appreciate that. That's loyalty right there. Either that or morbid curiosity. I want to see some dude get smoked out here in my front yard. Either way, I appreciate you stuck behind me. Dude, that'd be awesome, man. I'd take it. I'd take a walker puppy. Rabbit must be gone. Fossil Creek. Hey, at least you're honest. Fossils, it wasn't about loyalty. I wanted to see some dude get smoked. Would YouTube let that stay up? That YouTube would probably pull that video. I got to be honest. $14 ain't bad though, John. I'm still laughing at that. Fossil Creek. I was just here for the blood and guts. This live went from where networking streams go wrong to what do Remington Golden Sabers do to a human? That's a magazine. Y'all ever seen them? Glasser safety slugs. About time to replace that one. Look how deep that bullet's seated. Might have to take that one. Replace that one. Only the first two. Only the first two, John, in case I gotta shoot somebody in my house. The next two after that are Golden Sabers, and the rest after that are all the personal defense rounds. Crap. I forget what they're called now. I'll try to do this without shooting myself. See? Those are the PDP or personal defense rounds I was talking about. And that's the bottom of the mag right there. Probably shouldn't be sitting here unloading my damn magazine when I thought some shit was about to go down. Probably not smart. I ain't gonna show nobody. Y'all just know it ain't nothing personal. But if some shit were to go sideways, I'm gonna have to end this live pretty quick. Just saying, because I'm probably gonna have some splaining to do to the police. I think it's good though. I found the rabbit. That's what's getting my dog stirred up. Still don't know what went on over there, but maybe they had a business trip or something. I mean, who knows? I don't know. Still kind of got me on the edge though, man. See, they had a dude just down the road, just a little ways. I told this story the other night on my live. It actually just up the road this way. My buddy of mine was out working on his race car, and dude walked up on him in the middle of the night. It was like midnight. He was out in his shop, and he ended up shooting dude. My buddy ended up shooting the other dude. But all right, the excitement's died down. Yeah, you're probably right, Fossil Creek. That's about the truth. Y'all was witnesses to how all this stuff got started. All right, Dan, have a good night, buddy. We're at 4:05 anyway, so I'm finna wrap it up. It's almost 4 o'clock. I'm gonna have to get a shower, sneak these last few Oreos, and get ready for work. So, as always, it was a blast. I enjoyed it. Never a dull moment. And uh, uh, John, I used to sneak like put an empty case in. I was loading mags for my buddy, especially when we shot defensive pistol competitions. Um, I'd put empty cases in just to make my buddies when they get ready, because the empty case will hang up when you put it in the mag because it won't feed. Just to slow them down. Yeah, that's crooked. I wouldn't do it in like real competitions. I do it when it's practicing. Actually, it's pretty good training, believe it or not. Put squibs, or not squibs, but dummy rounds like snap caps and stuff. It it's really good training when you're on the range because it teaches you to deal with a malfunction in the heat of the moment. But yeah, I'm gonna go get these cookies and take a shower and go get on the boo boo bus for a couple of days. So I love you guys. It's been awesome as always. Uh, Maybe 4 hours of live make up for not posting a video for 2 weeks. Oh yeah, them crusty ones will light you up, John. They will get your attention. They will. Uh, I think it's funny. Uh, but yeah, I'll be back. I don't know when I'll do my next live. I may do one from the mountains. I don't know when the funeral's gonna be uh, for our little niece, but if everything goes well, yeah, I work on an ambulance, Fossil Creek. I'm an emergency medical technician. It's actually what I do for a living. I'm not YouTube famous yet. Uh, but I told my daughter I'd take her over to the mountains to go backpacking next weekend. Maybe they're swingers. y'all, y'all, damn. Uh, wow. Yeah, different kind of boo boo bus. Um, but if we don't go to the mountains next week, I'll get back on. But Y'all are awesome, guys. Y'all have a good night. It's been fun as always, and hell, we'll do it again soon. But y'all have a good morning. Enjoy your day, time off work. Finley, you have a good time. And Fossil Creek, is always good to see you, man, or talk to you. I can't actually see you, but you can see me. But whatever. Uh, y'all have a good morning, and I'm gonna get ready and go to work. See y'all later.